Okay, shall we call our guests? Let's see if they are ready. Let's see. Okay. Are you there?
Yeah.
We are here.
We are there. Okay, let's go. Chat, I hope you hear them. And here we are. Hello! We have Fox Leader and Miss Oakwood.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us as your guest.
You're very welcome. You're the first one, so you've got to do good, but there is no comparison, so you will do great anyway.
We are honored, actually.
Yeah, really.
And, well, it's gonna be cool. I feel it.
You excited?
Yeah.
I can see.
So I'm going to tell chat that we shall be chatting, we shall be asking questions, and if you have any questions, post them in the chat, and either I will see them straight away and we'll talk about them, or we'll save them for later and go through all of them at the end. So if we miss any of your questions, they might be answered. They should be answered at the end.
Sure thing.
Yeah. So guys, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Do I go first?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, we are PolyTrauma Studios. As you may have guessed, I'm the developer, like the programmer, and Fabiano. I also the game designer of ISOLATA, and I also worked on the audio, the music, and what else? Level design, like
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff actually. Since we are just a duo, like a team made of by just the two of us, so we have to split the work between ourselves. So we are all doing all those crazy stuff back and forth.
Like we have main roles, but actually we always help each other in some way.
Yeah, also because we try our best to not use stuff that it's not our own. So we all the things you're gonna see in the game are, apart from a couple of textures from the environment, it's all made by us. So and we're quite proud of that. Actually.
Yeah, wow. We'll talk a little bit more about yes, all the details, and because you are giving us now like an overview of when you say everything is made by us except for some texture. I for me it's a language that I'm not used to, so I can only imagine what that might mean. But you can give us some more details, maybe when we've seen the game of you know all the parts and like basically what was yours and what was already there and what does it mean to integrate things into one another.
Yeah, it will be easier with the game in the background.
Wanna present yourself?
Yeah, I'm Marika, Miss Oakwood on social media. And I'm mostly the 3D artist. I take care of the graphics and social media stuff, animation, and help him in any way I can during the process.
She keeps me in the right track, so to speak.
Yeah.
So the characters that we see below, the girl and the cat, they are your creation?
Yeah, I made them from zero. Well, actually, the cat is my cat, so I took picture of her and redo her in 3D. So yeah, I have a lot of inspiration around me.
Sorry. I think we have people in chat who would love to have their cat made into a 3D cat and just have it around, you know, everywhere, and they go on their PC and stuff.
Actually, it's probably the thing I love most about the game is the fact that I have both of our cats in the game, because one is the 3D model actually, and the other one do a lot of dubbing, because she can't stop talking.
Yeah, she's actually talk. She's
Yeah,
not
she
like
talked like all day,
she's
every day,
incredible.
and was really useful not only to dub the other cat, but also to do a lot of cool sound that we will tell you in the game.
Yeah, actually, she used her meowing and purrs and stuff like that to make some of the sound you're gonna hear in the game. It sounds if you're not into the fields, it sounds a little bit weird, but you'll see when you're gonna play. It's gonna be
Yeah.
fun.
And what are your...
Actually,
Mhm.
before starting, before when we were doing the prep work, I completely forgot that I have a thing for you, and I'm gonna pass you a link.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna send it to you directly.
Yeah, Nixus, you
And
can ask at any time questions and we'll answer them either now during the stream or afterwards after I've played the game, depending on if I see it now or not. So we'll collect all the questions in any case. I see your link.
yeah, it's a video. If you want to, if you want to give it a look and see if it can fit the format, let's say.
Is
It's
it
a video about the development of the game, which is completely spoiler free because this
okay?
is actually cut content.
Okay.
But I guess it's gonna be interesting for people to have a look into
The behind the
the
scene,
behind the scene of making a game and stuff
very
like that.
early concept of the game.
Okay. How long is this? Just wondering.
A few seconds.
A few seconds.
Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We can
Very
watch it
short.
now. While I get ready. I see Nixus has a question, and I think you can answer that already.
Sure.
So Nixus is interested in AIs and AIs doing creative things for us, and so he asks, have you used AI to create any parts of the game? So, for example, like ChatGPT for code and the storyline, or AI for creating music or game assets, etc.
Yeah, no, we didn't use any kind of AI.
Also because it wasn't available at that time. Like it was there was a little bit of stuff
because it
you
was
could
April
do.
2022.
Yeah.
2022. We didn't use any, nor for music developing or graphics, and I think we wouldn't use even right now.
Yeah, I don't think we are gonna use AI, at least not for production stuff.
For sure, not for the graphic part, because this is a very delicate topic, and
there is potential.
I mean, there is a lot of potential, but right now is not. How can I say? I don't like the way artists are treated
exploited
by all the AI situation. So that for sure, at the moment in this condition.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah, and
it looks like. Sorry, I was reading the chat. It looks like ages since ChatGPT and the other, let's say, large language models are around, but it's just a few months actually.
Yeah.
It looks like ages. Like we got used to it so quickly.
Indeed.
It's weird if you think about it.
Indeed, we did. Yeah. So it's taken over, but I guess they were in development for a long time, and since now they came out, they have just taken over when they became accessible to everybody, and now it's the moment when they are integrating them into other browsers and other things. While before it was just few select people could access it, just try out how it worked. And that is interesting because I'm also, as a writer myself, I'm also interested in the evolution of this AI, because it is something that that a lot of artists and a lot of especially translators, for example, they are
They
struggling
suffer
to keep
from,
up
yeah,
with struggling to keep up with the competition from the AIs. And
which is weird because the work that the AI can do is almost there, but it's not there yet. So even in writing, you see that those AIs are able to write quite coherent and um, kind of elaborated story,
Yeah.
but they're still weird. They're still missing like something at the core. Like it's like they're able to build a shell around the story, but not the actual story itself. It's you know it's
yes,
weird. Like it's impressive that they are able to do it, because I'm
Yeah.
always like I'm really impressed by the fact that they're even uh, how can I say it, that it can write coherently. Which I mean, it's not something that mm, we couldn't do like just last year, I
Yeah.
think. Um, and yet, even if they are coherent in their writing, they're missing the meaning, I guess, behind what they write. Because they don't actually
yeah.
understand what they're doing. They're just guessing. That's a weird part. The whole model is just guessing what the next word will be, and it's so sophisticated that it works, but it lacks intent. It lacks meaning.
So Nell Mew says, who I think comes from your chat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My friend.
Yeah. So they say it's because the majority of people using like Midjourney on internet um, are made by people who know nothing about anatomy, color theory, composition. So yeah, it still misses something. So they are people, I guess, that are interested in AI. So they know a lot about AI and how to make that work and how to develop that, but they don't know the subject. They don't know the subject they make the AI for, not in depth, not as a creator would. So I guess that's okay.
Yeah.
No, I just
You can also, sorry,
yeah.
you can also tell by how hands are made with
yeah, they're so
AI,
strong.
because people struggle with hands in
Yes,
3D or 2D, and you can see the awful hands made by AI. They're like
you see the
monsters.
struggle, the
Yeah,
human
you see the
struggle.
struggle. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I think it's the same for also other kind of other creative arts. So like in writing, I think ChatGPT is very good, but for writing something clear that explains a subject. But when it comes to creative, you kind of always hear the same tone, and it is not
And
Yeah.
an
patterns,
interesting,
yeah.
fun tone to hear. So Daniel
Yeah.
has a question. What inspired you to become an indie game developer, and how did you get started in the industry? Now that's very interesting. Yes, let's hear it.
You should
If
go
you would like
first.
to.
I shall go for.
Yeah.
So for me, it's been like the I'm one of those think that like the majority of people, like they try to find their way into life. Let's say, like they try to find what they want to do, what they'd like to do, and stuff like that. I was one of the ones that were very focused and knew very early what they wanted to do in life. Like since I was 9, I knew I wanted to be a game developer. So the first time I approached a game, I was like, okay, this is too cool to like. I want to do it. And so the rest of
That's
basically
cool.
yeah, it's been hard for me to understand people like for years, because it was so clear for me what to do, and I
Huh.
couldn't relate to the others when they were like yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not sure. No, I don't know exactly. Maybe I'm gonna try this. Maybe I'm gonna try that. And I was like, yeah, but like I felt that it was weird for me. It took a little bit of time to actually understand that, like that to understand that I've been lucky. You know, I don't know if for you it's been the same. Like if uh,
Oh,
you
for
always had
me,
this idea of I want to write, I want to write fantasy stories, I want to write.
it's okay. So I knew when I was a teenager. I learned when I was a teenager that there are people who create books and
Okay.
people who create mangas. So until then, I'd been a consumer and I never thought about people making those things. But then when I turned about 16 and I started having a job, yes, I think it was my first job, and I was like, what is this rubbish that they call a job? And then I started thinking about books and mangas, and it's like, yeah, that's what I would love to do. But I was afraid of even thinking that I could do it because stories too long. But I wasn't brought up in an environment where you are taught to cultivate your dreams. I was brought up in an environment where you are taught to just be normal and do your stuff, do your duty. So I had a dream for a long time, but I was afraid of it. And the moment when I started doing it was after I streamed for a couple of years, actually. And actually, streaming and the chat, they gave me a lot of they made me realize that I could put effort into what I really wanted. And so that's the moment when I decided, okay, I can do this. I can write. I can write a book and I can put it out there and people will read it, and I can do it. But it was for me, I was not as young. As young
It's
when I
alright.
started, when I decided.
It's alright. Like I said, I realized like how lucky I've been, but like after a few years actually. Yeah, just go ahead.
I'm like one of those people that probably still doesn't know what's his place in life. I don't know, but yeah, I've always been sort of creative since I was young, by drawing, writing story, doing cosplay, creating stuff for home. But I never thought that that could be my job or what I wanted to do in life, because I realized that I wanted to be a game developer when I met him, because I was studying medicine actually at university, and even if was something that I really loved, I felt like that wasn't um,
Calling.
my place. Yeah. And when I met him and he told me, I'm creating a game, I'm developing a game, and I was, oh my god, that's so cool, I want to be part of it. So what do you need? I can create the characters for you, and he said, oh, okay, but I know for sure I wouldn't be able to do that in 2D, because I really struggle at drawing, even if I like it a lot. So instead, I decided, okay, let's start learning 3D.
The easy part.
Yeah.
And how old were you when you started doing that? So you were already in university. So you didn't start young. I mean,
yeah, I was
young, but
I was 23. Yeah,
not when you were like a teenager. You were already.
Yeah.
So I was 23, 24 maybe, 24.
Well, you were actually
23.
Yeah, when you actually started at the second half of 23.
Yeah,
I remember
almost 24.
Almost 24.
So I started from zero to learn by myself with YouTube how to do 3D. And the more I was getting into it, the more I felt like, oh my god, this is what I want to do, like all day long. So I finally find the courage to leave university and dedicate myself 24 hours at learning and helping him developing his first game, which isn't Isolata actually. It's another game that we only have a demo. Yeah, so probably my great inspiration was him actually to become what I'm trying to become.
That's great. Yeah. That's great. And Nell says, at least you kept your anatomy book. So that helped you, didn't it? The knowledge.
Yeah, I always say that actually medicine for 4 years wasn't really a waste of time, because the anatomy part, which is a huge part in the first 2 years of medicine, was so helpful and really boosted me a lot when I started learning sculpting and creating 3D stuff, because my specialization is character, not the. I can do also levels, assets of any kind, but what I like the most is doing characters, and really, really helped me a lot anatomy done in university. Yeah,
that's cool. And Fox Leader, I was wondering, was there ever a time when you doubted that you would do what you wanted to do, or doubted that you could do it, or that maybe you weren't so sure that you wanted to do that because maybe a more realistic dream, you know, how we think when it's a big project, a big challenge, a big dream to make games. So
yeah, it's something that hits everybody, I think. And like it almost makes me laugh.
Yeah, I was laughing because I know the answer.
Yeah, like the one of the worst moments when I actually doubted if I really wanted to do it was when I approached the university, because I tried to study information technology at the university for a couple of years, and oh my god, that devastated me. Like it was I don't want to say that the actual how do they call the courses, like the university itself. I don't want to say it was bad. It was just not for me, you know. I like those structures, those system of learning are not for everybody. So and that's the problem. The problem is that our society is not built for people who are not on those rails. You know what I mean? And those people struggle a lot, and they feel like they cannot do something, or they're not fit to do something just because they don't align with what society like tell them the best way society tell them you should do something. I don't know if it actually makes sense, because my English is still a bit rusty, so I apologize for that. But yeah, so that the university for me was one of those moments, and it was the worst moment actually. I've been questioning if I can do it along the path many times, but never like at that level. Like when I was in that period of time, I was actually wondering, do I really want to games? Like not even if I was able to do them, like do I really want to do this for work, for a living? Yeah, it took me like a couple of years to recover from that. And I did all like I didn't touch any line of code, or I didn't jot down any ideas for
after that, after leaving the uni.
Yeah, for at least a couple of years.
And that's when you went to the UK?
Not straight away. Like I think it took a couple more years before moving to the UK. I'm not sure about the timeline right now, but yeah, it was a little bit afterward. I started again to study programming, and I work mainly with C++. So I started, keep studying C++ and try some designs before moving to the UK.
Okay. So yeah, you now are in Italy. Whereabouts, more or less?
It's northern part of Tuscany, like above
Okay, Tuscany.
Florence. For those who may know
Middle.
Florence,
Yeah.
more or less. And yeah, I've been like, I don't know if your chat knows already, but we like being co-workers.
Yes, so chat, we have been co-workers. Some people know, not everybody. So we have been co-workers for, I don't know, a couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of years, I think.
When we worked in a gaming company, we were testing video games. And we've also been housemates with two other people, flatmates with two other people for a few months. And
it's been fun.
Yeah, we played. Really cool. Was it the Lord of the Rings Lego? Now
yeah,
that was fun.
Oh, you told me. So
yeah,
it was her. Okay. Yeah, I remember he told me. Oh, you want to play something together? We can play this because I already playing with
they already played
my
it, but
flatmate.
Like a long time ago. So I was actually. It's been fun.
Yeah.
It was a fun game.
And on that note, I have a surprise for you and for chat.
Okay.
Okay, watch this, guys. Hold on, can I stretch? Yes. Okay, there's somebody here to meet you, to say hello.
What?
Ready? Hello!
What?
You don't remember
him? No, I remember because there's a bit of lag. I remember it. Oh my God, you brought it all the way down to where? Netherlands?
There is a story. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay,
yeah, there is a story.
So when Fox Leader left the UK and went back to Italy, at that time we were flatmates, and he said, "I'm not gonna bring all this stuff back to Italy, so I'm gonna leave what I don't want. What I don't want, I'm gonna leave it here with you, and you can throw it out or you can keep it." And he left like a mattress, a bed mattress. He left a bunch of pans and like cooking instruments. And he left Martin. Because this guy now has a name, and the name is Martin. And he's been my buddy when I started streaming, and I was still in the UK. This was my buddy, and he sat next to me on the chair. And then I also he left for a while. So when I moved and I stopped streaming and I started again, and Martin wasn't here. But you see, guys, I told you Martin was still around, and he is. I did bring him to the Netherlands. So
oh my God,
there he is. We even have a channel point redeemed, and nobody dares to redeem. Nobody redeems Martin anymore. I wonder why, guys. Why don't you? I mean, look at it. It's right there. It's cheap. You can use it anytime.
We need more Martin in our lives.
Now he goes.
Looking at the...
We do. All right, so returning to the game, I think we have a couple more questions. Daniel Huglund asked, did you also work for a bigger game studio before going indie?
No. Neither of us, actually. As we briefly said, we worked together in me and you in the game industry as like testers, as in the localization branch, but not directly developing something. And that's it. Basically, both are all completely self-taught and brand new to the industry. Yeah.
Okay, and
So
I
you can,
think
if you want, like, if this question was, do I need experience to actually try to do something? Just go ahead and do it. Like, it's never too late if you
Yeah.
can sort your stuff out. Because I understand that, totally understand that the later you try to approach something, the more difficult it gets. Just because, not if anything, just because you have more responsibilities and more things to care about. So you have overall you have less time. But that's the only thing that it's an actual problem. You know, it's something that you have to figure out.
yeah.
Uh,
Because obviously
if
you
you
have to
like,
work and earn money in the meantime as you
yeah,
learn how to
that's
do
the
what you
thing.
want to do and create. So and you actually do fix this problem by working for on project to do graphics for other people, correct? You do
Yeah, we're doing some like jobs for
Some commissions,
commissions.
We would love to do only to develop the game, but at the moment it's not possible, of course, because we are still a very small studio. We are trying to be known and stuff like that. So we are trying to do other stuff in order to one day do only this, hopefully.
I have that link that you posted. To watch it, I'm going to switch to another screen where you're going to be not there for a moment, but
Sure.
we can still hear you. So
Okay.
I think it should be this screen. Okay, and oh wait, no, I opened it in the wrong window. Hold on. Not here, but I need Firefox. Go. Yes. Okay, it's not full screen, but it's all right. And let's play it.
So this is like one of the development tests. Like we're trying some ideas around, and this is the cat following you. The cat.
That's a cool looking cat.
And this is a part of the. This is not an environment you're gonna see in the game. We're gonna tell you where it is because it's actually still in the game. It's not accessible.
Salami. Daniel said. Yeah.
So
Right,
yeah, that was basically the cat. That like.
Cool.
The cat was actually following you, and you was supposed to.
Because there was some part of the game that you had to solve in the original idea with the help of the cat. So we were building this very simple AI of the cat. So this was the first step.
Yeah, but we. I think that the thing we struggle most is not to overdo, because we tend to do super huge
first draft
projects. And we force ourselves to cut things out because we are only two people. We can't do this much, and I think this is the thing we struggle most.
Yeah, this is something that we had to learn the hard way, partially because
to not overdo.
Yeah, to not overdo, because even if you see, there is this weird thing, right? That when you start creating something, if it's not a trivial thing, you can get to, let's say, 80% very quickly. And I think as if you may relate to the things
Certainly,
you did for the writing. But the last 20%, it takes forever. And it's the thing that actually tricks you into thinking, yeah, sure, I can do this in a couple of months.
Yes.
And that's never true. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling, but it's never true.
I think it's like that for every creator of everything. And I actually hear among other creators, even artists that just make drawings, which I didn't think it would be the case. But I know a streamer, Ezotic, who also she draws, and she made her own emotes. No, actually, she makes some art on her channel, and she decided some of the art she decided I'm not making it myself. I want somebody else to make it for me. Not because I don't think I could make it, but because I'm such a perfectionist that if I create something myself, I'm going to constantly, every now and then, think that's not perfect. I'm gonna touch it. I'm going to improve it. I'm going to. So I think while if you make somebody else do it for you, then you can't touch it. That's it. That's how it is. I think it's the same for everybody. When you self-produce something yourself, you want it to be perfect, and it's really hard to. You get to the point when you're like, okay, this is good, this is done, but then you need to. You're like, no, it's not. This can be better. This can be better, and I think that's why when you are trying to make a product into something finished that you think you don't want to touch anymore afterwards, it's really hard to find the point where this is the end of it. This is the point where this is as perfect as it needs to be, even if it's not never perfect, but it's as perfect as it needs to be, and it can exist as it is, and you don't need to touch it anymore. Because I think you are still working sometime on Isolata, aren't you? And even there, changing something, adding, I think you were talking about adding the controller.
I want to add controller support as a from the technical point of view. I want to add controller support, and I want to add a Linux executable, even if it's not really needed, strictly needed, because I think you can emulate it pretty easily. That's just a technical challenge for myself. I want to learn a little bit more about that world, how to do things in that world. So I'm just gonna take the opportunity. I know that the stuff to do is not much, and I'm pretty confident I'm able to do it like in a reasonable amount of time. But from the gameplay part, we're also gonna do something. Like we want to do something. The thing is, there gonna be minor stuff for the moment, because partially because we don't have, like, we want to focus on a new project before coming back to Isolata. And we are even there we are struggling to get this started, because we're trying to build some backup funds for it, let's say.
Definitely, because you need that. You need those.
Yeah, and the actual work we would like to do on Isolata is like changing a lot of the game as it is right now.
But do you want to expand on it, make it a longer game?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, totally.
Because we have, like, from the consider this, like, it was a project, like, we wanted to tell a short story, a very short story, because we were coming from the past project. It took us like 2 years, and it's still there. We put it on hold. It's still there, but it was a long trip that didn't actually feel like we achieved something, you know. So we took a step back and said, okay, let's do something new, something small. And even this, which was supposed to like take a couple of weeks, 3 weeks at most, it took like almost
4 months.
3 to 4 months. And half of the stuff we made for it didn't actually got into the game. That the video was part of this half of the stuff we didn't
I
do.
also made 2 more characters, 2 or 3 more characters for the game.
And they're not appearing.
Yeah,
and
they're
there is a
not
whole
appearing.
level which is not there. So it's annoying that it's there and it's not in the game. So at some point we want to add it back, but we just have to build up the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, we needed something that we could code finished and say, okay, we finally
we did something.
came out with something.
We put it out there. It's good. it doesn't matter. It's out there, and it actually teaches a lot, because when you try to publish something and because you're trying to publish your book, right? You're still like in contact with people. It's hard. It's really hard.
When you want to, when you have your stuff ready and you want to publish it, yes.
My God, you thought like, okay, this is the art part, like getting in like to know it, to let people know about it, or
advertise it.
spread it. Advertise it. It's like,
So
okay,
hard.
that's not gonna be that hard, and like it's actually half of the work, if not more.
Yes.
My God,
it's more stressful to advertise,
and it's also more stressful.
Advertise the game than doing the actual game,
because it's not fun. Like, at least when you're doing your creative part, it's fun. You have those moments of, okay, this is hard, I hate this part, okay, but the rest it's mostly fun. But like advertising is all terrible. It's all terrible, and you have to
and
do
we
it.
are not even good at it, so it's even harder because we are the worst at advertising our own game.
So I had a question about that, which was so now the game is, your demo is on itch.io. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, it is.
So the link is in chat now, and so the itch.io I guess link is where you can find the game and you can download it, and you can name your price, and so you can play it you can either download it for free, or you can pay whatever you feel the game is worth, or whatever you feel you want to donate to the developers of the game, and then you can just download it and play it. Like, why did you decide to go with this strategy, with this way in the end? Why not set a price for it, or what was your strategy, or just have you given it any thought, or did you just go with this because it was the available option?
Well, at the beginning we priced it. We set a price, but then after some times we weren't able to
sell it very well.
To sell it I can't find the word even in Italian. So to advertising.
Okay. To do the advertising.
And also we wanted to. We know that we weren't really known as a studio, and we prefer people to just play the game
and get to know us, right?
Without worries. You don't know the game studio, you don't know nothing about us, and you say, why should I purchase their games, use my money, and
who do they are?
So we prefer that they could try it and just play it. That is enough for us at the moment. And if actually maybe they like it, they could still donate some money to us. But the main goal we decided was to just let people play it. So we at a certain point we decided to switch from a certain price to
name your own.
Name your own price, or just get it for free. That's fine if you want to try it and trust us with your time more than money. That's fine at the moment. That's more than enough.
So I think we should move towards trying the game. There are a couple of more questions I saw in the chat, but maybe we can answer those later. One moment. I think we can. Let me see also. One more thing I was wondering. So you said before it took you actually 4 months to do this demo. like, did I understand correctly? Because that's a very short time. Well, I don't know how long it takes to make games, but to me it seems like if you're starting from 0, 4 months is very little. This actually, I guess, connects also to Nell's question, which is, if I remember well, it's behind my microphone. If I remember well, I can move it. You use your own engine. What's the reason? Because I guess you are also doing your game. It took you maybe 4 months, but you maybe already had the engine for it. So
yeah. So actually, not for this game. We worked on our own technology for the previous project. And even for that one, at some point, we switched to using Godot because it wasn't production ready. Like, it was mostly there, but there were still some important feature missing to make the whole thing work. So since it's a big effort, like you don't just have to worry about making the game works. You also have to be aware that there is a underlying layer of technical stuff you have to learn and try and test and find solutions for that are not trivial. Like there's some complex stuff in there, and that's something I've been working on for quite a lot of time. So I'm confident I can do them. That I actually want to resume working on the game engine because I want to have our own technology, even as a small studio. Because there are some advantages in that. Okay.
yes, you can make any changes you need, like at the very base of it. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And but it takes time. It needs to be something that we can focus on for a period of time, so it can be as good as it needs to be, right? So yeah, because this game is actually built on Godot, which we also used for the demo of the previous game, which is actually a cool project considering that it's completely open source and there is no fees attached. Like you don't have to pay for licenses at any point for any reason. It's pretty cool that they allow you to do this. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we can maybe move towards playing the game. I have a question for you, but so what do you expect from someone playing your game, and what do you hope to see as they play it? Think about it, but tell me after I play it.
Oh.
Trick question.
Yeah.
Well, it is a scary movie. A scary game, and I've never played scary games, so
This will be interesting.
It's very light on the horror part, so it's gonna be manageable. I think.
Oh my gosh, do I need to be good? I'm not so good, you know.
No.
What if I just die and I keep dying and we get nowhere?
I hope not. That I tried to design it in a way that it's not that punishing. I hope.
We shall see now, and then
It's
I
gonna
will
be
judge
interesting.
your design. No, wait, wrong? Hold on. There we are. Yep. Okay. Is the audio, I think we can put it a little bit louder. I hope nobody screams in my ears. Oh, hold on. I think we have some lag, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe I need to recheck it. Possibly. Might be because I'm also recording. Yeah, okay. Let me see if it improves. No. I wish I checked this again. Okay, I think I need a moment to check this. So... Okay, let's do this. We can take a 5 minutes break. We've been chatting for about an hour now. So we can take a 5 minutes break, and in that time I will check just my GPU usage and such, and see if I can sort out everything, and then we'll come back and play it. Okay, I shall see you all in about 5 minutes. And we are back.
Hello.
Everything is fine. Here we are. Loading. Okay, so we are okay. I just limited the FPS in my graphic card.
Okay.
Lowered them again.
The cat.
And I removed the anti-aliasing. I disabled it. That seemed to help a lot. So we seem to be good now, I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's no lag. Hello, Looking Glasses. Welcome. Welcome.
I don't want to be the one pointed out.
Yeah.
But it's probably gonna be better if you put us down in the right.
Okay,
bottom
sure.
corner.
I can do that.
Probably gonna be
Okay.
better. Hello.
Yeah, Kitty. This is the voice. This is the star,
This is
isn't
the
it?
voice.
Star number 2. Move you over here in the corner. Yes. Okay. Perfect. So for anybody who just joined us, welcome. Today is the first episode of, what did I call it again? Unveiled talk show. We are here with PolyTrauma Studio, Fox Leader and Miss Oakwood. Hello there in the corner. And I am now going to play the demo of their game, ISOLATA, which is, they are Italian, so the game, the voiceover is in Italian. I wink to Fox Leader and Miss Oakwood.
Just let her play.
You will hear the voiceover is Italian, but the text I set it to English. So, all right, let's go. Cool. Start game. Okay. I'm playing. Okay. Feeling stiff? Use your mouse to. I heard a meow. I see myself. Let me increase the volume. I hear footsteps. Do you hear footsteps? Come on.
Footsteps. Those are actually my footsteps, because one thing I really like to tell is that we went into the woods. We live near the woods, and we recorded a lot of stuff, like me running and walking and jumping and breathing heavily, and all that sound is from me. The character sound is actually me, and for me it's really weird.
Wow, it tells me. I like how you can change your speed. Wow, it's really dark though. Is it supposed to be this dark?
I think you missed one prompt.
No running in the corridor.
With F. If you press F, I think you missed the prompt.
Light. Oh yes, I did. Now I missed this prompt. If you're running in the corridor, that's something. So I have a light. I have a flashlight. Okay. That's something about no running in the corridor or something.
Yeah, I think you bumped into a tree while
okay. Yeah, because I didn't have a light. Oh goodness, okay. That really knocked me out.
Yeah, you might bump into things if you run close to them, yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
There is a fence, so I guess the cat didn't go beyond the fence. The cat is all I have. The game said. My cat is lost to the woods, and my cat is all I have. So. Oh, no. No. And my cat name is Maya, I think. But it said.
Which is the cat, actually. Our cat name is Maya, and the other one is Cometa.
I like when games have actual darkness, so the light sources are more important. Oh, I heard it. I heard a meow. You guys hear it? No, don't fall. Don't fall. Oh, no. I think I'm supposed to be up there. I also see a bar. I'm not sure what the bar is. Oh, it's my endurance, I think. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Cometa, is that Italian for comet? Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Calling me. Although I am wishing right now a little bit that I could call out myself. Hiya!
Actually, but we didn't want to dub anything, so
we can adjust.
we could add just yeah. That's actually something I might.
I did the briefing. I can do the Maya as well.
Oh, that's just my impulse as a playing it right now. I'm just feeling like, oh yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, actually, it's something I would do if I was looking for my cat
yeah.
into the woods. I would like Maya.
Oh, you would be desperate.
All the time.
Which is no use because cats don't answer to you, so they're not dogs. They don't come running if you call them. I have a feeling. Whoa! What is that? Okay. What is that? Oh crap! This is like an alien. Like a. Makes me feel of makes me think of a scorpion's tail. What is that? That's alive. Hello, Osro. Wait. What? Is it going to try and eat me? Wait, how do I turn off the lamp? Oh, it's still on. Wait, it's making light. Wait, that's just a lamp? Hold the right mouse button to zoom in. Wait, what am I zooming into? Guess I'm zooming into the eye. Okay. It's a nice eye. Oh wow, the light goes away when it blinks. Nice one. That's normal stuff in the woods? Yeah, I'm sure it is. I wonder, is this connected to my cat or not? I better not jump down. So I'm not going to play as I normally would, which is jump off. Because I see a cliff and I'm like, let's see if I can do this and leave. But let's not do that now. I wouldn't do it if I was looking for my cat. So
yeah.
let's go down. I think testing video games for a living, which we did for a while, scars you for life, and then you just try to break all the games you play.
I know, right?
I know. Let's try not to do that. I know, I thought maybe it's something that took my cat, but since it's an eye and not a mouse, I'm guessing maybe not. I can go faster actually. I can't go at max speed though. It doesn't let me.
You can press shift for the printing.
Oh, okay. Yes, that gets you really tired. See a light there. Looks like a TV or something. I don't think my cat is this far, to be honest. Heard him meow, but not anymore. Yeah, I'm too far. Earth. The eye. Okay, that's bringing electricity to the eye. The eye just turned around. Huh. Huh. That's
Very interesting hearing your thoughts while you're doing stuff. It gives a lot of different point of view.
well, that's a headless. No, wait, there is a head, maybe. It's a statue holding up some kind of mirror or something. The power cables, I bet they go to the eye. Can I turn it off? Pull lever. So, is the eye off now? No, it's still on. What did it do, pulling the lever? Multiple. If I pull it again, it just goes down. I guess I'll leave it up, otherwise I didn't do anything. I pulled it 3 times, which means I pulled it once. Yes. Oh! Wait, was that there before? It was not. Pick up. Chisel. Press tab to open your inventory. Press it again to close it. Chisel. Hammer and chisel. But they are toy-like sized. Okay. There is an inscription on the wooden handle that says, "Big tools for big jobs. Tiny tools for tiny jobs." Okay. So these are tiny tools for tiny jobs. Playing with toys. Get near a surface to position the selected item and press the left mouse button to use it. Use the right mouse button to pull it away. Oh wait, that was the right button. Okay. Never mind, I thought it was pressing the left one. That was tab. No, I can't use it here. In here. So, but these things came out of, no, I guess they were there and I didn't notice them. Can't do it.
No.
I can't do it! No, but I use the lever again though. Lever. I don't know how to say lever. I think it's lever.
Let's say, if you actually want my help.
No way!
Like, okay.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna leave you play and
Like 2 hours later, I'm still here. Hey, did you remember when I heard the cat at the beginning of the game?
Eternity later.
it's good. You're doing well.
I'm doing well, okay. I mean, I'm guessing I need to keep on going and then I'll find a use for the hammer and the chisel.
God, not put chisel in generator. Yeah, you can add the death if you do that. You
Oh
did.
my
You
God,
actually
that would
die.
That would be very
That
mean, though.
would be cool.
It would
to
be
try
very-
to use with the generator.
Yeah, I know, but it would be very mean. I mean,
You should
you should.
definitely add it. You should do it.
Yeah, I have actually an opinion about that, but we're gonna talk it afterwards. I don't want to take too much away from the.
Meanwhile, the game told me that if I fall from more than 8 meters, it's going to be deadly. Trust me, it said. So it's a good thing I didn't jump first. Okay, this looks promising. Okay. Candles mastered. There must be a reason for candles to be here. But I can't use this on the candles. Can I blow on them? No. I guess it's just lighting then. That's still the eye. Yeah, no, I don't think so. This is a ritual place to sacrifice items to the eye god. That's a good one. I can't even go back up now because I jumped down. The eye is just dominating. I mean, there was something up on the eye. Maybe I can actually use the chisel up there. I can go check, but what's the point? So... I mean, what if I use the chisel on the... There was a table where the eye was, but I don't know if that's gonna do... Because I feel I'm just getting farther away from my cat, as it is. Ah, branches! Okay, let's go. I wasn't that far, actually. No, I didn't hear the cat recently, exactly. Need to remember to try to run faster. Scrolling with the mouse wheel to run faster and slower, it's fun. I like it. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, there is some stuff. So here there is like a power conduit, I guess. But what if I hit the eye and it's going to... Okay, so it's showing me some kind of map thing. Let's see. What am I doing? Did I get that? No. There was a thing here in the middle. Wow, did I just destroy something in the real world by doing that? I think I did. So I definitely did something. There was a rock there and now it's made a noise and now there's no rock anymore. Yes, I'm gonna see if something changed. I don't think I can wonder about this. Let me just try. Don't think, no. But is the eye still blinking? Yes. Oh! There's a bridge! Maybe the rock was blocking the bridge and I didn't even know about it. Possible. Okay, let's go over the bridge. Slowly. Okay, a little bit faster. Run straight. Don't fall. Something shiny. Okay, it's just... Let's try it on this. No? No. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Oh, the person! Person is here. That's a different person though. Not the one on top of the... Oh, it is. I wonder if it's the same person. Same statue. Okay, it's the only tool I have, so forgive me. No.
Everybody
just
tried
checking.
that. Like all the gameplay we saw, everyone was trying to do that. I missed the fact that we didn't let the player actually scratch it.
But hold on. There is a bridge, you go here, but... I think there's nothing... No path. So... Maybe that was not. But I know I did something, because I did break a rock. So I guess I just need to find out what that accomplished, if anything. Or maybe there's nothing to accomplish. You just have to go to the one place where the cat is. And that's it. Everything else is plus. Could be. But I am searching for a solution to a puzzle I do not see yet. Now I'm wondering, should I go back towards where I heard the cat? I go forward again. Let's see. I am very meticulous, I think. So I might be that might translate in being a slow player. But I recognize these rocks. I think these rocks are the same formation that I see. That wasn't there before. Was it? Or maybe I'm in a different place. I think these rocks might be the same that were door on the drawing under the eye. Press button. Nothing happens. Come on. There is no electricity. Okay. I think I need electricity. Let me look at this cable. But the cable doesn't go into the door though. The wood sounds, stick cracking, are awesome. I turned it off. I turned it off! You're right! I think I turned off the power.
Yeah, we record my footstep on
Yeah.
a stick. Yeah, on the... We were into the woods and there were a lot of little branch and leaves, and we recorded that. It was so cool doing that. It was really funny. The computer, the microphone.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about it later.
Yeah. Open coffin. Why would I want to do that?
But that's another normal thing to find into the woods, no?
Yeah.
Okay, this is creepy. And I cannot close the coffin. I want to close the coffin. Okay, never mind. Oh my god. It could be a vampire. So now I've got to find again the place where I guess I toggled the electricity. Maybe I can just follow the cables. I don't remember. Oh, it was here, I think. Okay, let's try. So if I toggle this, can I then use the door? Okay. I pulled it down. Now I run. Maybe it's a speed running thing. Turns off after a while. But I don't remember where I came from. Okay. Did I come from here? No. I'm lost. I think I came from here. I have a terrible sense of orientation.
Okay.
Yeah, I would never be able to play a game like this because I have a terrible sense of orientation too.
Oh, I found it.
And I would be lost without a minimap.
So partially well, the previous area was actually designed to make you feel lost and actually like how can you say that?
Like you are into the
Yeah,
woods
you're
at
losing-
night
yeah,
and
and
you
you-
feel lost.
yeah.
Like you have no.
You feel disoriented. That's
yeah.
that's the whole goal of the first part was that. Here you have a couple of points that you can recognize at a distance, and the main one is the eye, of course.
I feel like... So I tried the door again, but I can't open it. Nothing happened still. But I don't see why my cat would be inside the door, to be honest. Because that doesn't make sense, right? So maybe the door is just pointless. And I just need to search. But I heard no meows.
A giant eye, so that's something.
Yeah, I'm going back to the giant eye. Oh wait, what's this? I found something else. Now this looks promising. But I need a way to get in. No, but my cat isn't here. Oh! I can! Cool. Open. Lied. What is this? Again, some power thing. Okay, so the cables go again up. Yeah. Then they go down. No, I guess they come from up there. I don't know. They, yeah, I think, I don't know. I have no idea whether they come from up or come from down. In the end, this turns out to be all a nightmare. And you wake up with your cat purring on the fifth end of your bed. We'll see. We'll find out if your prediction is correct.
I don't remember what you have to
Go to
do.
the door again.
Yeah.
I
forgot
That's
it.
interesting.
I thought she was supposed to do a thing, but I didn't remember of the slider. So,
Maybe it's all the slider is just not everything is not connected. I don't know. I'm still wondering whether actions have consequences or not. But if it's all to just like confuse you, point you in different directions. Hello there, XDBVC. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, now the eye. So, okay. Well, I moved the slider, so nothing happened to the door, and there was a cable going up, so I'm gonna go up and see. Wait, I'll go. I've not gone this way, have I? Different way. Maybe I came from here. Wait, that's where I came from, yes. Or am I on the other side of... Go this way. Let's see. I must say that I don't really think about the running. Find myself walking most often. Because I guess I'm not used to... Yeah, I have no idea if I've been here before. I know I've been up there at the eye. I guess... Yeah. I want to go up again.
Even a beta tester of the game, because for me it was impossible to do it. I played it like once, and then saw other people playing it, but it's really hard for me to be able to understand where I am.
Well, I think part of the problem here is it's because it's so dark.
Maybe, yes.
Also, almost there are always the same rocks, and they are built differently. You can see they're changing, but for me it's so hard to remember if I went through a way or another. You know?
Yeah, but I think it depends a lot really on just your orientation in general.
Yeah,
I'm just
in
lost.
real life too.
Yeah.
I mean it.
Yeah.
I can't go anywhere without Google.
Me too. That's Google's fault. No, not really, but I mean, yeah. Now that we use Google, it's just so much. We just forget how to orientate ourselves without it.
He makes fun of me and say that if he spin me around, I don't know where I am, and that's partially true actually.
That's totally true.
If I spin, I don't know where I came from.
So I am very good, thank you, XDB. I am today playing the demo of ISOLATA, a game made by Fox Leader and Miss Oakwood, PolyTrauma, that you see that way. I'm inverted. So they're watching me play their demo, and it's pretty fun. Confusing. I mean, not confusing, I'm lost in it, so everything is dark. So I did nothing up there, so I'm going back again. But yeah. And then you said, is there a use in pressing F again? Yes, you can turn off the light. If you have to turn on light, there must be a use for it to be turned it off again. I did try that. I turned it off and I looked into the eye, but nothing changed. Now I have it off, but thinking.
So the main reason was to make a couple of parts more comfortable to look at, like the table one.
Yes.
It's easier to look at it without the flashlight
because there is the reflection.
There's the reflection of the map.
Okay.
So it's easier to read it without the flashlight on. But apart from that, there is not.
I think I will keep exploring, just see if I find something else. And I clicked things and slided things. After I slided that thing, did I go back to the door? Yes. No, I didn't. Did I?
Yeah. To the that's nothing happened.
Yeah. I didn't go back to the power though. Those are the three things. I guess there are more that I should discover. Yeah, the eye definitely points you nicely to the screen, to the... maybe I didn't go this way. It points you to the map, and maybe I need to look at the map again actually, and there is more on it. When I'm close again, well, I am close again. There are also these guys, they might... maybe they're pointing at something. Something there, white. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Not going that way. I see something there. I don't know if I've been there. At the cave, yes, I've been there for sure already. This is some alien place, you know. I can't. I mean, it seems real, but these rocks are suspicious. I mean, the eye is weird. Okay, that is the door. No, that is the power thing. The light I saw was... Am I again under the eye? Oh my goodness. I think I did this before. I was here. Wow, how can I be so lost? Yes, I was totally here. That's the cave with candles in there and nothing else. Yep, okay. We have established that the candles are still here. Good. Just, I needed to make sure. I could... I just keep running around in circle, don't I?
Kind.
Yeah. Oh. I need to make a sacrifice at the altar.
But
okay.
No cats were arms in the making of the game.
No.
No. Definitely. Okay, where was the power? There. I'm going to the power again. It is. Okay, I think to solve this puzzle, I need to look at the power lines, don't I? I'm thinking I do. But... I mean, that's my guess. My guess is that I need to follow the power lines somehow and solve certain puzzles. Because I'm here again, I keep clicking this on and off, but nothing happens. Press the button! Oh my gosh! There's a button, but maybe it does nothing. I turned on the lights! Oh my gosh! Okay, that lagged for a moment. Is it back? Yeah. There is a button. There is light. Oh my. Okay, okay. It's something. But I am lagging now.
Yeah, this part here is the one that's more taxing. Just this part.
Okay.
I'm going to talk a little bit about that as well if people are interested.
Yeah, you can tell us.
I'd
like?
Talk above you while playing.
Okay. Lighting, yeah. This is quite cool, actually. Now it looks, cool. Found the music switch. I'm going back to the door. I think it's up there. Yeah, but it was just a moment when I turned on the lights, because now it's now it seems okay again. That's the door. Okay. Why would my cat be behind this door, though? Yes! Ow.
Cool.
Yeah, okay, I was a bit slow with that, but we're here. Somewhere.
It's okay.
Do not push people. Do not jump that way or this way. Do not pee. And do not have sex. Against the fence. Okay. We got it. You guys got it? Got it. Good. Don't do that.
Do behave.
Finally, a game where you don't just run into a door with your face to open it. Okay, I've got a screwdriver. Is it Sonic? No. A real screwdriver. Wait, I can't open the door though. Aha, maybe I need the screwdriver to open the door. In the prompt. Oh. Why would I use a screwdriver? Need to disassemble something before cracking it open? Try this. Okay, where? No. I don't think I can screwdrive the door. I would think that the screwdriver only works on something with screws. Maybe I'm supposed to go this way? Okay. Hold on. I must be able to open the door. Maybe that was it. I only got the screwdriver from here. No, there would be no door if that was the case, right? There's a door. No, I think this door is a trick. I think I'm not meant to go there. It's just here to distract me. I have hammer and chisel. Okay. I will go with my guts that tell me that the door is not the answer. There was a screw on the panel under the eye, I think. So I'm going to go there. Go back to the eye. And the music was made by Fox Leader, right?
Yeah.
This is good.
I really like it. Yeah. And it's not annoying. You know, you can. I feel like you can listen it a lot of times and not getting annoyed by it.
It's like a very short loop, especially now it's a really short loop, but it doesn't get too much into the way. Like,
I was going to the eye, but then I saw this and I'm wondering, did I go here? No, I didn't. There is another door! And more stuff there.
There are doors.
Yes, why is that? What kind of woods are these? Whoa.
Skinny woods.
I feel I am in the belly of an alien planet. I'm a little scared of falling down. They have no heads, I just noticed. Oh. I like caves, by the way, so this is cool. Oh.
By Fox. I taught him a bit of 3D, and since I don't like doing levels, and actually he really likes, he made the caves, the woods,
okay,
all of that, yeah. And okay, I'll tell you later.
Wait, I found a cat figure and I picked it up. Oh, wait, what? No! All the lights are gone. All the faces are gone. Cat figure. A golden idol of a cat on a rectangular shaped base. The cat looks like Maya, more or less. Can't put it down. Wait, what's that? Wow, okay. I kind of like the lights though. Now I'm a little sad it's dark. Should have looked at the faces more. That's a mouth. No, that's a face. I thought that's like the tonsils. Another sacrifice altar. But it looks also just like a face. I'm inside a face. Inside out face. Both inside and out. So I came from there. Wait, did I go both ways? I think the faces were there. And there's a hole. Hello. If I go down there, I can't come back. Maybe not. Maybe after. There was another path. I want to check this out. No, I don't think so. That's death. It's death over there. Waiting. I got a screwdriver and a cat idol. Wonder about the use of this cat idol. There was another place with candles in the cave. What if I try to put the idol in the cave with the candles? This 8 meters? Yeah, let's not try it. Hello, Marco Mastro's still here, yes. I was like, hello, no, not hello. You are enjoying the game? Oh. The, yeah, I mean, that's a guess I have. The statue, cat statue. Anything I can think about. Put it in another place with candles. But now everything looks different because there are different lights. So these two, yes, because now I see the lights from far away. Instead of seeing the green panel shine, I see those lights. I don't remember how to go down. That's the door where I went before. I guess it's that way. No, I'm gonna fall. Okay. I'm totally lost again. This was where is that where I just came from? Yes, okay. Must be down this way. Let me see if I can get there. Ah, I can go down this way. Okay. I can't believe I missed the button. Wait, but this is not the same place. No, that's a door. Oh my gosh, so lost. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the little cave with the candles, but I know it was close to the door with the power button, but I don't remember where that is. Maybe it was here. Okay, so there are some candles here, and then in the other smaller thing. Can I do something here with the cat idol? That's light in it. Oh! No. Like I might be able to, but no. Okay, then I'm gonna try to find that cave again. I think it was this way. The other cave. Oh! Yes. Oops. Oh, that works. I didn't realize that Twitch is playing the ads again. There we go. No. Wait, that's not it. It was here, no? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. No. Maybe I need to give it to the eye. No. Okay. Right, next plan. Next plan is try to use the screwdriver. Okay, to try and use the screwdriver, I have to find the eye. I think that's where I can use the screwdriver, because I'm pretty sure there was a little screw in the panel there, so I'm gonna go try that. Is that a hole? Oh yes, I went in that hole already, right? I want to try and go back in there. Don't remember what was in it. Let's go to the eye first. Do you get frustrated and impatient when people are playing the game and, like me, take forever to solve a puzzle? Or is it...
You are asking me because there aren't a lot of hints, so you have to figure it out all by yourself. And actually, when I saw people playing it, I feel so worried that we didn't do a good job in order to make the player solve the puzzle. So I'm really like, oh my god, the person can't figure it out. This means we really did a bad job, and I feel so awful for wasting their time, you know?
No, I think that, I mean, it depends on the product you want to create. It depends on the experience you want to create. So if it's about exploration and just figuring out what to do without those hints, then it's good, you know? It depends on the experience you want to give, so...
You want to give the feeling of being lost, and I think that is there. But also, it's really hard to make puzzle for the creators because it's really easy for not being able to get enough information to people.
Yeah, well, I have no experience in creating this, so I wouldn't... yeah, I think this there are many different games out there, and there is room to invent. Just create the experience you like.
Yeah, this is a thing, right? Like, it's still a puzzle game, so you either enjoy those things or you don't.
Yeah, you need to enjoy the type of game.
And the things we keep wondering is, okay, you have to enjoy puzzles, but is it a good puzzle design? Like, could you make the same thing in a better way? That's the thing we keep asking ourselves when we see other people's play. And since we left so much room for the player to explore and go around, and we gave very little hint on what you're supposed to do. It's both like a good thing for people who actually enjoy that,
Or it's just
but
boring.
it backfires very easily. Because now you're feeling frustrated because you don't get what's going on.
Yeah, I guess I am a little bit lost. So I'm just.
And you're so close. Like,
Yeah,
you're so close.
I have hints. So I know I have a screwdriver and I have a cat figure. So both are. Wait, hold on. Let me try the cat figure there around the eye. I just don't know where I'm supposed to use those, but I know that I'm supposed to use them at least once.
There are hints, but it's very, very vague.
Okay. Yeah, I must confess that I'm not good at figuring out, like, understanding
I wouldn't
hints.
say that at all, actually, because you are really guessing everything and you are like going straight in the right direction.
But still, I don't know. For example, here I used the chisel and I broke a rock, but I still don't know the connection to what that did in the world, because I don't know if I've seen the connection already or if I just missed it because I didn't notice the rock before. So
But you actually missed the connection, but not because you didn't see it. It's because you basically solved it ahead of time.
Yeah, before seeing the rock.
Which was a possibility I left.
I don't think here. I think this puzzle here, I think, is finished. That's my guess with the eye. So, cat statue and screwdriver. Or maybe I am moving away because now you say that I was really close. So maybe now I move away. Okay, no, I shouldn't ask. I am really close to asking, am I moving away?
Sorry?
I'm really close to asking, am I moving away from the solution if I walk away now from the eye?
But are you actually asking it?
I don't know, that's the problem. I don't know if I'm actually asking it. Daniel says, have you tried the screwdriver on the generator? But why would I do that though? Because the generator already did its job, I'm thinking. The generator did its job. The screwdriver didn't. I don't remember anything that didn't accomplish anything. There was a switch thing that I used. I don't know if that accomplished anything. Because I don't know if I could turn... I guess it didn't accomplish... I mean, I guess... I don't know what the slide did. Don't ask. You do not use screwdrivers on generators. Is that Doctor Who reference or? I'm back here.
It's our model also.
I don't think instructions.
Oh, hello. I found her. I can stop. I found her.
Yeah,
We found
here's
the cat.
Maya.
There she is. So, okay. The lights are still here though. So only in the cave there were no lights. Or possibly they came back now with time. I wonder what happens. Okay. So I think the slide worked now. It didn't work before. Wait, the eye is moving. No, it stopped. It just moved once. I am thinking that maybe before the slide didn't do anything because there was no power, and now maybe it did something. Possibly. Maybe I need to turn off the lights and then place the cat in the cave. Well, that's a good idea that maybe I need to turn off the lights, but then if I turn off the lights, I turn off all the power everywhere. Wait, the eye did move. Look at that. It's now on the bridge. I'm gonna go back up, but let me first look into here. I don't remember what's here. Then I'm gonna go back to the eye. This was the other cave with the other door. Okay, no. Let's go back up. Did something again. That's good. Okay, now all the things I interacted with did something. I only have a screwdriver and a statuette. I can do something. And yeah, the running and stamina, it gives you something to do at times. That's good. So at times you're like, okay, now I'm tired, I need to slow down. And it becomes, after a bit, it becomes like a natural thing to do. You're beginning to slow down and you just slow down. Ah! Look at that. I just try everything at this point. Something. I placed the statue. I'm afraid if I talk any louder it will scare the cat away. Is there a point going that way now? The cat is going to be in the cave with the candles. I hope that cave is useful in the end because I really want it to be. There was nothing else here. Screwdriver. I have yet to use the screwdriver. Don't fall. Threw the cat onto the map, I think. Let's try the screwdriver again. I don't think there's a need, but let's see if I can use it. No, the screwdriver is to disassemble things. That's what it says. It says, need to disassemble something? Before cracking it open, try this. Oh no! Hold on. Okay. Now, wait, the lights disappeared again? Or not? They turn off again. No, there's also doors I couldn't open. So yeah, if I had a better sense of orientation, this would go a lot smoothly, more smoothly.
I think you actually don't stray too much. Actually, not at all.
Okay.
Except in the very beginning when the generator wasn't turned on.
Button. I didn't see the button.
Like it's so incredible of pretty much everyone, except for maybe the very first player. All of them missed the button thing.
Yeah, but
They were trying to turn on the generator, but it's a two-step thing.
but because you don't really see the button, and also maybe you should add a light when you press the lever, so that the attention is drawn.
To be honest, it does say 1.
It does say, but it's so easy to miss, I guess, because people miss it. Like,
I think it's okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It is nice though for the people who notice it, because then they can be proud that they noticed it.
yeah, I was actually wondering if it made it like, because I don't remember the original reason why I did it a two-step thing. Because you could just make it like just pull the lever, right? I don't remember exactly why I did it this way.
But I think it's I mean it's alright. It's also, I guess, because you've just started the game, so you're unfamiliar with the just, you know, the prompt. The interaction, and when does the prompt trigger, and
we also decided not to put a crosshair.
What is a crosshair?
A crosshair, like the thing you use to aim in the middle of the screen. You usually have some kind of thing that tells you this is the center of the screen. We avoided to do that, and instead we tried to make the interaction area as reasonably wide as possible.
Cleaner.
Yeah, to keep the
UI
cleaner this way.
In fact, you don't always even see the speed only when you change it.
I'm back here, so I don't think this is going to help me.
With a funny
what is
it's either
time.
there was the other cave I went into, it had a lot more, and also yes, maybe I saw. Okay, I need to try to go back. I want to go to 2 places: to the small cave and like the tiny cave with. I hope you guys don't hear drilling. Somebody's drilling outside.
No, we don't hear anything from the microphone, so I think it's
cool.
So I want to go in that small cave with the with the little candles again, if I find it, and I want to go in the big cave where I found the statuette again. If I find them, when I find them, because I don't know where they are. Okay, I'm running. So, like, okay, now the small one is here, but there is probably nothing in there. I think it's just a nicely designed cave that makes you think, oh, how pretty is this place with candles? And I just keep going back there like an idiot. But it's nice.
Cozy.
Cozy.
For the morning routine with the candles.
There it is. I found it. You hear? I can close the... Well, now they stopped. If they keep on doing it, I can close the window.
Oh, we didn't open the chat here.
Nothing here. It's my fault. I like the place though, the little cave. Why would it be your fault? Okay, now I need to find a big cave. Let's see. Or more places, because maybe I haven't found every place. I'm just gonna go... This is where I came from, I think. What? There is another coffin! Wait, that's the same person. Is that the character, by the way? Is that me? I think that could be me. Because that's actually, I think that's what the character looks like. I just realized. Okay, it was closer to the eye, right? I think. Was it? No, it's not there. I don't think so. Oh! Okay, I'm fine. Good. Where was it? Follow the light. They will lead me somewhere. Yeah, did you think about who goes out to light the candles at night? I wonder. I think it's on the other side of the eye. Where is the eye and can I go around it? There, let me go closer to it and then around it. I think that's where the other entrance goes. Can I go here? So. Try to go around. Something there. Yes. Oh, that's the entrance to the other cave. Okay, let's see if there's something else in here. Oh wait, and there is also... Did I go that way before? Let me go in here again first. I think I didn't go the other way. I definitely went in here. Let me go the other way first. Go here. I don't remember if I did. Oh yes. Ah yes, of course. That's the generator. I'm going in here again. But I don't think this is right. I'm going in here because I can't think of anything else to do at the moment. But I'm thinking there's nothing else probably, because I kind of feel like you get the one thing you're looking for in a place and then you move on. But yeah, no. I didn't go everywhere because I was scared of falling down. So here, no, nothing else. Here. Can I use a screwdriver on the candles? No. I'm gonna try. No. Proven that screwdrivers and candles have nothing to do with one another. In case you were wondering. Now you know. Oh no! No! That's a coffin! Oh my gosh! When you die, you come out from one of these coffins. Now I know.
Now you know.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I feel like I was close to an answer there, though. That's nice. Well done, well done. I like that. Okay, now I need to orientate myself again. You know, I want to close the window. Hold on.
Be right back.
I have got this stuff that gets stuck behind outside in the door.
Sorry? Oh yeah.
Pardon me. Okay.
No way.
Did something change? Oh yes. I can see that. Okay. The noise was
I hate
bothering
my
me.
partner.
Yeah. The noise was bothering me, so I had to close it.
Yeah.
I can still hear it very loud. You too.
No,
nothing more I can do.
We don't. Yeah, we don't hear it.
No?
Actually.
I can see it, I think, on OBS. It shows up, but we'll have to endure.
Yeah.
If you're stuck, you
It's
could try what I
okay.
said before. I think it might be the eye who makes things on the map appear or disappear, as we saw it in the start, in the real world. They move the eye away from the map, right? What if you put it back? What would that accomplish though? Okay, let's say that I move the... Ow! Oh my goodness, I think you're right. Okay, so Daniel is saying that the eye might be what makes things appear and disappear from the real world. So because I put the statue of the cat on the map, that maybe if I move the eye back to light the map, the cat will appear in the real world. So, I shall see if I can do that. If you solved it, I'm gonna be mad. Let's see. Okay. I think the slide was maybe down there.
On this question.
Yeah, you're innocent. I know. Doesn't work, then I go back into that cave where I died. Wait, it was not here. Was it? No, wait. No, it wasn't here, was it? No. No, this is the big cave where I died. Well, since I'm here, should I just go in there again? No. Let's go do what he said. I just need to find that door again. Maybe it was here, maybe? Ah, yes, found it. Okay, let's try. I heard nothing though, so maybe the eye didn't move again. Oh, it did. No, it didn't move. No. Failed. Okay. Then I'm going back in there. Okay. I need to use a screwdriver. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't use it yet. Indeed. But if I die again... No, here I die. Yeah, that's no. And I think on the other side as well, probably there isn't anything. This was the place. No, come on, there cannot be anything. Scared. I think I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall. Can I make it? Oh, come on! No way! Okay, let's see if I can make it back alive. Okay, then... Wow, then I'm out of ideas. All I have is a screwdriver. And I need to find a place where to put it. I need to find a place to put my screwdriver. That's weird. Yeah. What if I need to go back home? My cat is at home. The fence, beyond the fence, no. assume that to use the screwdriver, first I need to find the screw. Possibly. Why not the door itself with a screwdriver? I tried, but nothing happened. There is another door here, right? Wait. I tried the screwdriver on the door, but nothing happened. Okay, so... maybe I need to aim it at something specifically. But how do you dismantle a door with a screwdriver? I don't think it's doable. So Kobold should be here. Kobold knows all the answers.
Who's Kobold?
It's a viewer. Maybe he is here. I tried to play a different puzzle game and...
He's the puzzle guy.
yeah. Nah. Okay, I'm going to ask a question because I think otherwise I'm stuck. Okay, the question, let's see, let me make it as like, okay, so is the answer in one of the places that I have visited, or is it somewhere I've never been? Like it's something I haven't found yet.
You basically went almost through the whole map.
Okay.
And you covered the parts that are actually important. So yeah.
Okay, so it's not something new, it's something that I already...
that you don't see why you should do it yet.
Yeah.
Like the thing that is making you feel stuck is you know you have to use the item, but you don't know why. So maybe if I may suggest something,
okay,
go. Understand why first.
Try to understand why I should use a screwdriver.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's start from there.
I would try to move the eye back somehow. Maybe having to do with turning off the electricity again. Or the sliding button. Okay, let's go back to the generator. Try to understand why I should use the screwdriver. Yeah, but it's like, have I seen a place where the thing is that I think in real terms. So if I have a screwdriver, I think, have I found a place where the screwdriver fits? And like where I actually see a screw. And I'm not sure I've seen that. So let's see here now. So this is where I move the eye first. Move it again, nothing happens. I could try to see if something happens here with the screwdriver. No, I'm just sliding. There is also the panel close. There is also the panel near, not a panel, but there is some kind of attachment close to the eye, like a metal thing. I was wondering what is that, but I think I tried interacting with that with the screwdriver as well. Nothing happened. Not mistaken.
Those are the two places that you actually want to interact with so far. If I may keep suggesting things.
So the that was the eye, and what was the other one? The generator? What's the other one?
Go back.
The panel.
Go back to the eye and.
Yeah, you should go back to the eye
Okay.
and try to guess what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the eye. Cool. I will follow your advice because I think you're right.
So this
We
was
might
the-
know what could happen.
I
So
think
this
you
is
know
the
something that I don't know.
it's the trickiest part of designing this area because you can. So the way I designed it is that you can skip half of the things you have to do if you do it in a certain order,
Okay.
but you can also like, okay, I put myself in a place where if I do this one last thing, I can skip all of the things that I usually have to do.
Okay.
And you were there, and then you did something that put it back at the beginning of this chain of things you have to do. So basically, you took this weird zigzag thing that no one actually, and it's the first time I actually saw that.
Did I actually
And which
undo something?
Kind of. Progress-wise, you did. And it was very interesting
Well,
to
actually,
witness.
you skip a step,
And
and
then she went back.
yeah, and skipping that step makes you go super fast. And then you did something that
Yeah, that canceled the.
that canceled that step, so you had to go through every step now.
Oh, okay.
And here is the place where you understand why
What
you have to
what
do
should have happened?
certain
Yeah.
stuff.
But I guess it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it's probably too hard.
That's the actual part. That I
designing
want.
puzzle.
Yeah, the design the puzzle that wasn't. Well, I'm gonna talk better after the.
Yeah.
So actually solved it, but it was actually very tricky to design correctly. Like, you remember how many weeks I've been on to thinking about how to put the things in order? Oh my god, it took so long.
And that's why we decided we would never do
Do
a puzzle again.
No.
We want to stay on horror genre, but not
Not
puzzle.
Not puzzles. Okay.
No. It's super, super hard.
You want
It's
more
hard
of
also
a
because
story?
we want to do something different than puzzles. Let's say. We have a few ideas. That we want to do some experiments because designing puzzle is very hard. Like good puzzles are very
Yeah.
hard to design.
I don't think this is. I think it's not too good, not too bad. Could be worse.
It could be worse considering the freedom we let the player.
Yeah.
So it could be a lot worse. And most things people actually get. And it's also interesting because you basically solved the hardest part at the beginning of the game, which usually people struggle with, and you solved it right away. It was incredible.
What was the first thing? The rock? No.
The rock, yeah.
Okay.
Even though you don't understand what actually
Yes.
triggered, because
I guess
you
I-
solved it so quickly that you haven't looked at the effect yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she understands that
It opened up.
Yeah. She understood
change the
immediately.
real world, you know.
She understood immediately that she could and should do that, which is again, it's something that usually people struggle a lot with.
But now I'm struggling with what to do.
And you're struggling with let's say the easiest. It's not the easiest part, but it's the other half, which is usually easier.
I just don't get it. So the answer is up here, like either on the island where the eye is or on the other
Here.
side.
Right here.
It's basically right here.
Is it to do
But-
with the map? Is it here the answer with this map thing again? Too much? Okay.
No, I'm thinking about because it's so the map, the thing you're trying to solve is not related to the map itself, but the objective is like to make the eyes turn so it's looking at the map again.
Yeah, but how do I do that? Turn
How
the
did
eye.
they move it the first time? That's what you have to figure out, basically.
The first time, I think I moved it when I moved the slider, the eye turned around. Because I heard
and
it.
What actually happened when you did that? That's what you have to figure out.
What actually happened when I did that? Why did the eye turn around? I thought the slide just actually somehow just turned the eye.
The eye is not
But I guess
connected to
not.
the electricity.
The eye is looking for something. The eye is looking for something here. Like, it turned towards a noise? It's searching for something? I feel like going under the bridge now. Look around. But if you say the answer is here, I'll go down, then I can always come back up. Unless... Well, this light is off, which is weird, right? But I can't do anything with it. So, okay, let me see if there's something there. So the eye turned when I moved the slide, but it turned because the slide accomplished something that isn't moving the eye, but it is something else. Okay. Good hint. Let's see if I can figure out what the eye is looking at.
Because if we would have some beta tester, we would have done this better because we would have more feedback. Like your feedback now are very precious because you are telling us things we didn't talk about it because well, we know how to solve the puzzle, so it's hard for us to test it, and also we have really few people that test it.
Yeah,
so,
one of the problem with puzzle game is that you really need a lot.
Yeah, and actually what
test
you're
them, yeah.
telling me, what you're telling me now makes at least me think about how we could have done it better and make it easier to figure out.
Yeah, more
Because it's lacking of hint right now, you know.
It's
Maybe, but you also
it's
need to.
both.
I was just saying that you also need to consider what kind of experience the person has with puzzle games, because I have very little experience. I played The Longest Journey and half of Wrong Game. There's no Wrong Dimension. There is no game. I haven't finished it yet. So I have very little experience with puzzle games. And so yeah, so maybe somebody with a lot of experience then
It may have figured it out.
But it depends, yes, if you want to make it.
Also, that you are like you are saying, the eye is looking for something, and it's actually looks like it's looking for something, but
it
it
isn't.
shouldn't be like that actually. So
Yeah, there is the problem of false hinting as well.
yeah, it's not about not having experience in puzzle. It's about us giving you
The right clues.
yeah, and this is
This is actually
wrong.
a false.
Actually, this is a mistake in game design. Yeah, so I really am very bigger team with a lot of testers.
Well, I can test your next game, no problem.
Oh, that was sure.
That would be awesome and an honor actually.
Yeah.
An honor. I'm not as
Yeah.
good of a game tester, you know.
You were.
I just break
I always
things.
thought you were one of the best.
Actually,
I'm lost.
people who are not into genre of games are the best tester too.
Well,
It really depends on the aspect you want to.
Yeah,
For
actually-
example, for puzzle, it is.
so I
Okay.
think it depends. Yes, if you want to make a game that people can play easily and feel at the end like, yeah, this is a good game, then you don't want to make it difficult. If you are, it depends whether you are trying to try to kind of just find, make people know you, or if you're trying to find a niche audience. So if you're trying to find a
people
niche,
to be frustrated, you know.
Yeah, to me,
then-
designing a good game is about what the players feels and experience when they're playing, right? And the frustrating part of a game, if it has no meaning or if it has no
Yeah.
place to be there, it shouldn't be there. And like, if you feel frustrated right now because you don't get what you should do, that's a mistake on the design.
Yeah, it's okay to not be liked by everyone. That's totally fine because it
Yeah,
would
it's
be
not bad.
stupid to think that your game could be liked by anyone. But I really don't want to play our games to be frustrated because we didn't a good job as game designer. It's really the most important.
meanwhile, now I'm completely lost. But
Okay, I can guide you back if you want.
I need to find the eye again. I was thinking that, yeah, then for your general audience, okay, I found the eye. So the solution is on the eye and I go back up there, right?
So I don't want.
Or is it elsewhere? Or up there I find the reason why. So
There's
Yeah, you
still,
find the reason
yeah,
why.
up there you should find the reason why. And
I just don't get it. So up there I don't need to use the tool, but I need to figure out what happened that made the eye turn.
and it's gonna be a little bit harder because since you played with the lever a little bit, the thing that should hint you, it's actually
Not there.
it's there, but it's off basically.
Yeah.
Is
So,
it okay? I will just ask you. When I go up there, I will ask you things.
okay.
Because otherwise I cannot figure it out.
And this is one of the things I thought, right? One of the solutions, let's say, that people do when for avoiding stuff like this is that after a while they prompt you with a solution or with a hint with the solution. And I
Yeah.
didn't want to do that, even though it would be pretty easy to do, because it was like it's still a puzzle game. Like we didn't want to do a puzzle game, but it turned out to be a puzzle game because there is this weird thing when you do something creative that somehow when you're developing it, it kind of gets alive on its own. So you have certain
Yeah.
needs, certain
Yeah.
things you have to respect.
I think it's in
That's-
every creation. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You almost like discovering it while creating it.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing, right?
And that's a cool thing. So this became a
It's
puzzle
super
game
cool.
because it had to. Yeah. Okay, so let me ask. Okay. Does it have to do with? So now I'm looking for the reason why the eye turned. Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with the map? And or this thing?
This thing was.
This is supposed to be a light that it's supposed to be on, I think.
Okay.
But it's not
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Is this what I need to fix?
Not exactly,
Not exactly.
but. Oh my god, you're so close. Like, something happened here that made the eye turn, right?
So
And
yeah.
the eye was looking at the map.
The eye was looking at the map. The map had map on and it doesn't anymore. But the thing is that why, I have no idea, because the switch was this thing projecting the map on the thing. It's unlikely because it doesn't look like it physically. So it means, do I need to follow this cable and find out where this leads? There is another cable here. Or, so is it here, my reason and solution, or am I looking in the wrong place?
So the reason is here regarding the question why the eye turned, but the solution to make it turn again is not here. And this is also probably one of the additional difficulties of this part, is that since you have this whole map to cover,
Yeah.
you have to move from place to place in order to
But
put everything together.
the reason why the eye moved, is it then related to this thing?
This thing,
This
because we are
Black.
seeing.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The black, not lit light.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is the reason why, and I need to figure out what this thing is and how to
what
turn it
this
back
thing
on.
is, right?
Yeah?
You're seeing it everywhere, so maybe it doesn't. It's not very representative, I guess. Like, it's not clear exactly what it is.
So I am thinking that then I'm going to climb down and find the cable connected to this thing and follow it. Is that good? Or is that wrong?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Idea.
No, because I keep running around in circles, so I wanted to kind of explain what my thinking is and what I can do now. And okay, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, let's go.
So the sliding button had nothing to do with the turning the eye. Yeah, it actually had.
But
It
not
has-
correctly.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Well, I mean, it's not acting on the eye itself.
Not the slider. Not the slider.
It's really flash. It's not made by caves.
Yeah, it's actually organic. Let's say.
So, hold on. I think it was around here. Well, okay, the cable just came down here. So the cable just, came down here to the slider and went in there. Then there is another cable that goes up there. Is there a missing light there? So, okay, so up here there's this cable, it goes up that way, and it ends up in that place where there is a metal clip kind of thing, where I guess there is supposed to be a light, but there isn't one. Is that something I need to fix? Or I need to... I think the odds are playing against that. So I need to follow this, the other cable here. And like, see where it goes. I'm lost now, as in, I have no idea.
Okay. Do you want a clue?
Yeah, please.
Your first guess is right.
Yeah, the first guess is right. There's something missing that you have to put back in place. And there is one thing you can unscrew and use.
The screw!
Okay.
It may give you an idea to look at the lever again, to look more like closely to what's in that box with the lever.
This one?
Sorry, we're
Yeah,
not.
we're not seeing it yet. Yeah, that one.
But it's not here that I unscrew something.
No. But this should tell you like what happened and what's gonna happen when you put things back into place.
Okay, so it's telling me there is a thing and I put a light and then there is a light that looks like this. I know you're behind. But now I need to find a thing to put in place of the light. And it's not the cat statuette, no. Because the cat statues are
used, yeah.
and but it's something I haven't seen yet though.
Well, you actually have seen it, but
But you didn't know you had to interact with it, so you basically.
And you did interact with it.
I did interact with it?
You didn't. It's something you didn't touch yet.
I interacted with these boxes, although it was a different one. That's not it.
You want a hint where to look at the place?
I'm trying to think at what did I see and not interact with. I tried to interact with these things.
No, not at all, actually.
I tried with the screwdriver.
No, I mean with the thing you have to collect. You didn't interact at all.
Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to think of what did I see that I did not interact with. Do you guys remember in chat if I saw something? Do you have a clue, an idea of what I have missed that I saw and I didn't try to interact with it? Well, the statues. I'm thinking about the statues. I tried to hammer them, I didn't try to unscrew them. I need a statue head. How do I get a statue's head? Or a mirror, a statue's mirror. I thought about that maybe it's something I can interact with, but I don't see... maybe though, yes. That's the only thing that I can think. As lost as you are.
Why not burn a bunny at one of the altars?
Yeah.
We should add bunnies.
Okay, let's see if I can steal the stuff. I would like to steal the stuff or the statue, but I just thought the statue is just so tall that I don't think I can interact with it at all. And if I can, it would have to be one statue where I can interact from the front. But something I have not interacted with at all. I don't remember any item, unless it's back at the house. Don't tell me it's back.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not.
You saw it, but I don't think you saw it actually. I mean,
You're
went
confusing her more than actually.
I mean, you were there, but I think you didn't notice it actually.
You didn't realize what was like. She didn't make the association yet.
It's not here, is it? Or is it here?
No.
Is it back in the big cave where I died?
Yes.
No. Okay, now I'm just asking you because... Okay, let's go back there.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Yeah, I must say that because I'm playing it on stream with you guys, I don't feel frustrated. Like you're saying, oh, you can be frustrated if you don't figure it out. I don't feel that, but I must admit that maybe, probably if I was playing it just alone by myself, I
you would
guess
have dropped it.
I would have given up. Yeah, I would have given
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Now to remember where the cave was. Was it here?
It should be easy because all the important parts are lighted once you
Yeah, I
turn
think
on the
it's up
generator. So
here.
it's like
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not. I think I would not have figured it out. Wait, but it's not working.
No, no.
It's not doing this. Ah, this now
Yeah.
is the cave.
but
Yeah.
that's the idea. Like, that's the idea.
Okay, let's go. I will find it and burn it to the altar with bunny.
It doesn't actually have collisions.
I don't think it's this. No? I mean, I don't think it's this statue. Oh wait, I forgot that I can zoom in. I tried to interact with this thing. I'll try again. I don't think I can. This door doesn't open. And I did notice those, so let's move on. There is this stuff here. I don't really see what would be the point, but let's see. I don't think I can unscrew this thing. This thing is pretty solid. I doubt I can just unscrew it. Can I go forward? Did I die? No. Did I see this statue? I'm thinking again, maybe. No, I can't unscrew a statue, come on. See, it's not practical. It's not what's
It's,
good.
it makes sense. Like you don't really.
Well, you can do a lot of things weird in games. So.
Yeah, I know. There's also this bit where you have to fight with the fact that games actually makes you do things very weird things sometimes. So you also have to fight with that.
Oh, because it looks the same, this one.
Yeah.
So. Oh, I can't. If this is it though, it's very hard to.
That's weird. Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
to be a little bit
I did it. Yeah, it's a little bit
Yeah.
difficult to
finicky.
name it.
Yeah.
Hello, Andate. Hey, welcome. Run the screwdriver past it so it plays music. The light. Oh, the game, is it a little bit loud? I can lower it then. Because there was no incorrect. There was no sound at first. There was no music at first, so I had
Very far.
should be better now. Okay. The fence. Yeah, I don't think I would have figured that out. No. I think you could have given me a week. I wouldn't have figured it out. But others might have. Yeah.
I think others would have been more. They would have had more hints, and that's because you skip it. Like you jumped ahead and then you jumped back, and that made
Because,
everything more difficult.
You didn't see the
The
light
reaction.
near the map turn on. You turn it on and then again off. So you couldn't see there
that
was.
hint was missed.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that's That's our mistake, actually. It's
No, that's one of the way the game can be played,
Yeah.
and that's okay. The problem was that for this specific scenario, there were very little hints, I guess, and that made it way more difficult than it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I think there are some little things we can change in order to make it easier to.
Yeah, we're gonna do
understand.
that.
I thought about
So-
2 or 3 things.
Wait, why do I have the thing in my hands now?
You unscrewed it.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
It's big.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
hold it in
so
your
it
pocket.
seems. Yeah, the one I would say so far, the only problem that I saw was the interaction with the light that for some reason wasn't triggering properly.
Yeah, properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna-
So you could have missed it even if you.
Yeah, because it wasn't
understood.
really.
Yeah.
It's the first time I see that though.
Maybe
It
because I
seems to
play.
happen. It seems to
No.
happen seldomly. Like it's not very,
Not every time.
not every time.
Yeah.
for some reason.
You go.
Okay, let's go. I put it. Wait, nothing is happening. Now I need to turn them on, I guess. Okay, so
Yeah.
I put the thing. Now I go back at the slide, I guess. See if that does anything. Wait, now this light is on. It was off before. Okay. Hold
There.
on. Now, I turn the lights on by going... I need to go where the cables are, and that's where the little gate, little cave thingy is. I go around. Can I go around this way? We're getting there, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, basically that. There's one little that like the puzzling part is over after this.
Yeah.
There's just still one thing to figure out if you haven't figured out it yet. But I think we're basically done. Well done. We're basically on track. Oh, left. I think you went too much ahead.
Yeah, it's the other.
Ah, yeah, there. I see it. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. I missed it. Okay, I heard it. I heard it. Lament. I heard the lament of the eye. So.
And the lament of the eye is
I think I know.
actually our cat.
Really?
Fun fact.
Yeah.
fact
That's
is
the
that-
noise your cat makes? Oh my
The
god.
commander, yeah. Very well.
Morphed, like I changed it.
Yeah, he played a lot with Cometa sound and did all these
Weird noises.
weird noises.
I'm lost. Okay, so I think that the eye moved around because I turned on the light and the light bothers the eye and so the eye turned around. Is that correct?
That's the idea.
Okay. Yeah, I guess with the lights, I didn't know that I turned on these lights because the
Yeah.
lights came up everywhere and so I didn't, then I turned the slide but I didn't see what it did. I just saw the eye turning, so I thought, okay, it turned the eye, the slide turned the eye. But
Yeah. And this happened because you solved like you changed the position of the lever before giving powering on the generator.
yeah, I get it. And now it's telling me the cat is there. Where the rock was. Except that I don't know where the rock was, but I guess this is where the generator is.
You go into the map a bit and maybe you can recognize something, I guess.
You would think. Oh yeah, wait, there is a red thing there. That's the generator. Is the red thing in the top center of the map the generator? I think it is. The rock has a claw. It's like a tail to me.
Man. That.
Which one?
I think this is
You woke up something you should have less sleep. No, this is good. It's good. Okay, so okay. I'm guessing that's the power generator and therefore I go to the generator and then I keep on going down. Maybe? Let's see.
Sounds like a plan.
Hold on. I think I don't remember how to go back. Hold on. I run this way. Hopefully I see the light. Okay, there we go. Come on, kitty. I find you. Hopefully. Okay, I see the red there. Let me see. I will just end up running everywhere and... Is it in the cave with the candles? Are we using that yet? So that's red. So that should be... That should mean, I think, maybe force it. Maybe really that it could be this way. My chat gets stuck. I think I could be getting close. Maybe.
You are.
It's in there! It's in there. It's in there. It has to be here. It just... No. I was proven wrong again.
Disappointment.
Oh yeah, the
Yes, we're using the cave.
spot
Finally.
where the candles.
Finally. Okay. Oh. But I was afraid to go before because I thought I might die.
Sorry, not find your cat. Save it.
Oh, look! It sounded like it came from the right, though. Uh-oh. If I go here, I'm not coming back. But maybe it's in there. No, it must be where I was going, right? I don't know. No, yeah, I cannot go this way, so it has to be that way. Yeah, okay. Go! I must find her now. Slowly, go slowly. Oh. Go down. Slowly. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hope you're here, Kitty, because if you're not, because there is no coming back from here, so you have
leave
to
you
be
there.
here. How many more field coffins were there? I have some more
She
to
found
try.
them.
all.
She found them all.
So you find all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Even the hardest one, the one in the cave.
Yeah, do you just put players back in there randomly? Like, there you go.
The closest one where they died, basically.
Aww.
Yeah,
Wait, I have the cat. I got Maya. I'm carrying Maya. What, am I supposed to go back? You can't go back. Or maybe I can. Didn't think it would be possible because there are steps. Am I supposed to die with Maya
No.
and spawn in a coffin? No.
That's one way to get out of there, but no.
really?
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but
Will
I
I have the
suggest you
cat?
not. Because you would have to walk more. Yeah.
You got only 2 left, basically.
You have only 3 actually in this game. Yeah, I was wondering if you can die.
Making it
Oh,
tricky.
oh,
Yeah,
oh.
It's very interesting.
I don't think I'm going anywhere from here though.
No,
Did you say down?
no, I said not really. Like you can't really go anywhere.
But am I... Okay. But I can't get out. There you go. It was not intentional.
Yeah, I think she told.
Okay. Yeah, because we have
We are a little bit behind.
few, like 15
Well, okay,
seconds.
that's
Okay.
still fine.
That's
then.
another.
Yeah. I got out. I don't know how I could have gotten
Actually,
out.
near.
She's just basically up
Yeah.
the thing. Well, time to go home.
Yeah,
the way
where
to
was
go
it?
Back was
Yeah.
you saw the candles right near Maya.
In the cave.
There was something near Maya? A what?
The
Candles?
candles in the little spot.
The little cave
Yeah,
entrance.
that's the cave.
Oh.
If
Yes.
you go there, you spawn, you fast travel at the candles that you always get back.
No, I
Yeah.
missed my chance.
Yeah.
No, right? I was like, oh my god, she was so obsessed with the cave, and then
I
she skipped
missed my
basically.
chance.
Yeah, but you can go back actually by dying and spawning in the coffin.
Yeah, that's the uncanon, let's say, way.
Yeah.
Now
And,
I don't know where I'm supposed to go though, back home. But I don't know where home is.
Where home is. You can orient yourself with the eye, so you know that you came from the opposite direction.
I guess it was maybe this way. I'm not sure.
So one of the things I looked into when I was designing this part, it was some architectural talk that from people who actually design city layouts. And there was this very interesting guy, very interesting topic of this guy, which was saying one of the way that make the city navigable, is it a correct word? It was to have landmarks. So something big and recognizable that you can see from basically everywhere. And that's
you thought about an eye.
The giant eye with the height.
Yeah, yeah.
And but there was also this thing that was very interesting. Is they said that don't assume that if you do a good job in making a path travelable in a way, that it's still true if you do it the opposite way. Like, and that
Yeah.
was something. It is something because you don't actually think about it in your everyday life, but things really change a lot if you look like
in the opposite way.
in the opposite
Yeah,
way.
I know because I have the worst sense of orientation in the world. So
Yeah, I don't realize
I
it
feel
because
so
of the
different
mix.
if I do a street in a way or I do it in another.
I'm home
Yeah.
with my cat. It's closed. No. Nice. To be continued.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
I hope you like it, even if I can understand it was frustrating at some point. And
I did not feel frustrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool to hear. Like it's been a tough project, even though we tried to be as small as like to do something as small as possible. It was still tough to actually put everything together, considering how much we cut of the original idea.
And
But
you
it was-
made in 4 months. This is, I think, like a lot to do in 4 months.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to take a little bio break,
Sure.
and I shall just be right back and then talk more about it. I will. Okay. Yeah, I will just be right back. Okay.
See you in a minute.
Yep. And we are back.
Hey.
There we are. Okay. And yeah. This
What
I
are
like
your
your
thoughts?
Okay, what are my thoughts? My thoughts are okay, let's see. I'm trying to think, where do I start? As in well, I don't play puzzle games.
Start from
so-
the buds, so we can
From the
end it.
Well, I don't play puzzle games, so as I said, I have enjoyed it, but there is to consider that I've played it on stream. And so, as I was saying before, playing it on stream, I enjoyed it. If I was playing it off stream, I would have definitely gotten to the point where I would have gotten frustrated because I couldn't solve the puzzle and I would just stop. So I probably would have not gotten to the end. As I said, I really liked I like the controls, the running, and so that was good. There is a couple of like one thing that I would recommend as a tester. I would say when you are in the menu choosing your items, make it easy to get out of the menu without an item. I don't think there is a possibility to get out of the menu without the item, unless you press maybe tab. I didn't try. But
yeah, you can press tab.
Yeah, so I was trying to, I thought it would make sense to just click away from the item and just get out of the menu, but that was just or press S or something and get out of the menu. I was trying to click elsewhere away from the items and try to get out, but I couldn't. Like
I think that's
I think
see, and desk, I think it brings the pause menu.
Yeah, but I think the game tells you that pressing the right mouse click puts away the item. So I was trying to do the same while in the menu, to like press that and like kind of remove the menu, but it wasn't working, and so then I was just selecting the item. I am too late. I'm too. I'm not smart enough to press tab again. So
No, it's okay.
Well, it makes sense what you're saying. Actually, I would probably have done the same thing, like press other part of the screen.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah,
since you, I think it's always good to, for these kind of things, to have multiple ways to
do stuff.
And yeah, that's definitely something we can add pretty easily. I think I'm gonna add it since you mentioned that, because we tell the player that he can toggle the inventory on and off. The thing is, as a designer, you expect people to read and remember. It's never true. Like people tend to read and forget, and you have to account or not read at all. So you have to account for that. Let's say unfortunately, like because you don't think about it, right? So it's not the first thing.
Too. Actually,
I know, but
an awful player.
I'm probably like that as well. Like there is even in a game where there isn't as much text as in like compared to the other games, because I think the average it's a lot higher. Regarding the stuff you have to read.
Yeah.
Even there, you're gonna miss things. In fact, I tend not to write I tend to write as little as possible when teaching the player to the game. Well, at least not in this particular one, but I realized that the less you write, the more they actually gonna learn, because they don't want to read your instruction for the most part. As a player, you want to experience, you want to try it out and learn that way. You don't want to read the instructions.
Yeah, you want brief, concise instructions, but definitely they help.
Even there, you miss them. So there is probably something that can be done there. But yeah, there's also the solution like the one you mentioned. Like you just give multiple ways to move around. Move in the menus. I mean,
sometimes I guess when you have players try it out, then when they can give you this kind of feedback, your testers. You know how it is to have testers. I mean, you have been a tester, we have been testers. So we know how when you actually have a game in your hands, you can think of very many improvements, small things that can be improved. And since you are like a small indie developer, you can tell your tester to also give you improvement feedbacks. And obviously people come up with all the kind of feedbacks that it's impossible to take everything into account and make all the changes they want, because otherwise you'll never end and there will be so much work to do. But I mean, some things can...
There are stuff that is definitely more important than you can account for, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely. Like what I said is just a small thing, and it's just like it has nothing to do with the enjoyment of the game.
It's a small quirk, but still.
Yeah, I think it was definitely cool in terms of also like the story and the environment. So it does make me think from the very beginning. I was wondering, okay, we're in the woods, and then but this is not just the woods. Okay, what's this weird eye, and what's this about? Is this some kind of alien planet, or are we being invaded by this monster? Is this normal? Is it supposed to be here, or am I dreaming, or what? So yeah, I like that.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess I would have liked, that's just my personal thing, I would have liked to maybe hear the cat a little bit more, or maybe hear also my characters. Like there was some breathing in there, but I actually didn't hear, like I didn't hear her breathing when she was getting tired for running too much, or seeing yourself in a coffin. There could have been like a something. I didn't hear. I don't know if I missed it or if it isn't there. I think I would have felt more immersed if I hear just beside the music and the footsteps, but also some more noises that, well, the character breathing and such, maybe just for immersion. The cat, I guess, because I'm thinking I'm looking for the cat, but then I kind of forget because I'm just trying to solve the puzzle. So maybe.
Yeah.
Then it's also true that if you start putting the cat meowing here and there, then you think that you're finding it, and maybe you get lost because you're then. So it can be misleading. So maybe that's.
Yeah, it's an interesting problem, right? And that's some. So there's a couple of things to disassemble here. The first one is presence, let's say, right? The ways to put player back into the world when they feel some kind of detachment. The breathing thing, you get. Uh, I don't know if I misunderstood that. You get breathing a lot if you get actually tired, and you never get too much tired. You also have heartbeat.
It was
maybe.
it was come si dice la soglia?
I don't know, like the level of tiredness
Was high.
was always very, very high. You didn't push the character too much.
Yeah, because I didn't
before. Yeah, before it was lower, but people told us that it was a bit annoying. It was too much, so we put it higher, but maybe it's too higher.
Okay.
It's one of those things that you. So
you need a lot of feedback to understand what it works and what.
Yeah, and there is.
No, maybe it's just really the way also we play. So if I played it differently than other people, then I have a different experience. So you have to consider both feedbacks, because then it depends. Yeah, for me it was too little, but because then I didn't push the character.
Yeah,
that is. So.
And there is a thing which is you don't need to push the character in order to advance into the game. So you're probably gonna miss that part now. But before it was like you said, before it was way too much, way too present, because you have the breathing and you have the heartbeat, and actually the breathing especially, it makes you very anxious, which is cool in a game like this,
but also can be a problem.
But it becomes annoying very quickly, so we have to find a balance there. And the main actual problem is that since you don't need to push the character, like the stamina thing, it was a system designed because there was supposed to be
chase.
Sorry?
Somebody chasing you?
Yeah, exactly. A chase sequence, which we cut because making chase sequences fun is very, very hard, and we didn't have enough time to do it properly.
I thought about it.
In the end, the music changes, and that's where the statues were supposed to come and come alive and hunt you.
That's cool. That's a cool idea.
And that was really hard to do, and we actually never came to a point where we actually tested it. I just played around with the idea, and but because of basically time constraint, we just decided to cut it straight away, even though the stamina system is still there. It just became this mood thing. Since I put so much work into it, I felt bad to just remove it altogether, so I left it.
But maybe it's also, why I didn't run that fast, I think also. So you have to press shift to sprint. But is there a hint that I missed, possibly?
Yeah, at the beginning, when we are explaining the player how to move, there is this thing, right? It tells you can sprint by pressing shift, and if you actually use it and start fatiguing yourself, there's gonna be another message from the tutorial that you didn't see, which was gonna tell you if you want to just move around, maybe sprinting is not the best option. You can just move faster with the mouse wheel thing.
I think that, yeah, maybe I guess I like the mouse wheel thing so much that I just stayed on that. And I saw that it didn't get to the last one. And when you told me, yeah, you need to press the shift to sprint to get to the last one. And then I just thought, yeah, but I don't need it, so I don't do it. If it had been all on the
pretty
wheel.
fast.
Yeah, if it had been all on the wheel, on the mouse wheel, then maybe I would have sprinted more and then I would have heard the character struggle.
Yeah, but that's like at the beginning, I think I made it that way. Like you didn't use shift to actually sprint. But then the problem was that sprinting actually sucks your stamina dry very quickly.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be used in short bursts, you know.
But then you need to stop and recover. So.
Yeah, and it was this weird thing where you, as a player, you want to move quickly, but not necessarily to the point of exhausting your character.
Yeah.
So I decided to add the sprint action instead.
I see. Yeah. And if there had been a chase scene and maybe you would have needed it, then would have.
Yeah, exactly. That was the point, and now it's there again as just as a mood thing, and it's convenient. It's still convenient to move around because there are some slopes that you can fall if you have no precise control on the speed, and that helps a lot. Which is actually something that as far as I know, we are the only one doing, and which makes me actually very proud of that. Like,
yeah, I wonder why it's so handy.
I know,
it works so well.
It works so well, and you have the same kind of control with the joypad, right? With the gamepad, you have the analog sticks makes you do basically the same thing. They haven't like figured out yet that you can use the mouse wheel to do this.
Maybe because most games you use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out, but in this case you don't really. You just have it always the same distance because it's first person, and then you can zoom in with one button, which is so. But yeah, there are other first person games and you don't. Well, that's good for you. Mick Munt, thank you for the follow and welcome. We have, shall we move on to more questions? Are you guys up for it? Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
I think there are a couple of questions from chat. So let me see. Okay, so Daniel Hugland has... Okay, let me start from questions related to the game we just saw. So we have, how did you guys design this map? Was it made on the fly or was it drawn beforehand? Wait, this is I think the man. Is this about the map that you see under the eye?
Or is it talking about the actual level?
Yeah, was it made on the fly or was it drawn beforehand? Like, I guess he means, did you draw it directly in 3D or did you first draw it?
Yeah, some prep sketching before. I actually...
The game map is in the level.
Okay, the game map is in the... I think I did it directly in 3D because at that... So, there is also this thing, like at that time when we were developing the game, I was learning how to use Blender as well. So as part of this learning process, I decided, since I knew I wanted to do environment because I like doing them, I just went straight into Blender and started drawing like organically, you know. And actually the map layout changed a lot from the first draft, but it's all been done in 3D. I haven't actually drawn it before.
So what is Blender actually? Because I don't know.
It's the 3D it's basically a program that lets you create 3D stuff and do renders,
animation,
and a lot of other things.
You can do almost everything.
Okay.
Create the models.
I started to think it was for characters, but then it's also for environments.
For everything.
It's
really.
basically, you can use it for everything. All the steps in the pipeline, basically.
It was made mostly organically.
Mm-hmm.
So we have. I think this was okay. This was Daniel again during, I think, when we were talking about the eye not knowing
Mhm.
what effect um, an action has, and he said, from a player point of view, would it be possible to make a little cutscene of what happens when you do an action? Might be really hard to do.
So that's actually a design decision. Yeah, you could do it, and it would be actually easier to show the player what was going on. We decided not to, mostly because we didn't want to take away control from the player
Hmm.
as a design thing. Like we never ever stop you from playing the game through the whole experience.
Yeah. Mostly
And
because
Yeah.
it's something we don't like. I Every time I play, I really hate cutscene. I really hate when I have to stop, listen to dialogues and watch at something like I'm watching a movie. So it's something I really
Interesting.
want to avoid. Yeah, if I want to see a movie, I see a movie. If I want to play, I just play.
Okay.
It's something that really bothers me when
yeah,
cuts are. Yeah,
she's really like into the
yeah.
no cutscene
No,
whatsoever.
yeah.
I'm not lightened up so much. Like I love when cutscenes are well made, but it's hard to find well made cutscenes.
I
So
appreciate really few cutscenes. Like we are actually we started playing Death Stranding like 2 days ago, and I like Death Stranding cutscene, but because it's like I'm watching art. It's Kojima.
Okay.
It's totally different. I know it's like that. I'm looking at this art piece, but in a game where I just want to play, I really don't appreciate that. Like in Zelda, I don't appreciate at all the fact that it always stops for the red moon. It stops for talking about stuff. It stops to when you enter
yeah, basically
the
everything
sanctuary. It always
everything you do
stops.
stops you
Yeah,
dead on track,
repetitive.
and it's
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
it bothers
annoying.
me a
It's
lot, really.
I think the repetitive cutscenes where it just stops and it shows you something that you've seen again, like like you end the
yeah,
fight
come
and
on,
then
I
they're
know.
like clapping or something, and yeah, when it's repetitive, yes, I agree. But I do like cutscenes when it's about story and you just have a cool cutscene with like some cool dialogue, but some cool not they're not just talking, but you have something cool happening and it's a proper scene. That I do like a lot.
Yeah, but that's
Um,
you know what's cooler than that? You actually doing it. So, but it's hard. I
yes
realize
and
it's hard,
no.
and it's okay.
Yes and no, because if there is a voiceover and I understand everything and I am playing through the cutscene, yes. But if I miss
Okay.
things because I have to play, then I don't like it and I get angry because I couldn't read that because the game was playing. So my worst thing is when there is action, gameplay, I need to react and do something or I fail. And I get a prompt in the middle of a cutscene where things are happening and I have a prompt that tells me to press a button and I need to press a button. We're trying to listen to some dialogue and understand what's happening in the story. That is, I do not like
That's
that.
terrible.
Yeah, that is
No,
annoying.
that's terrible. That's really bad. No, I know the feeling. That's really bad. Like, yeah, I don't really understand why they do that because you don't want like it's like trying to lure your player attention away from both things at the same time. Like don't want the player to experience the gameplay because they have to follow the cutscene, but you don't want the player to experience the cutscene because they have to follow the gameplay because they're happening at the same time. It's like I don't know. It's a
yeah,
weird, it's really a weird decision.
normal gameplay
You
during a
know?
cutscene, like as in things happening. As I say, if you can clearly hear what's being said, even if it's in the middle of a fight and you can clearly hear, you don't need to read dialogues. That's good. But I've played games where you just know there was some dialogue going on, but you couldn't focus. And I think that was Guild Wars 2 actually. There were some in some of the stories, the last ones I played, I remember there was like some cool character that I was following, I was following their progress, and I wanted to know what would happen to this character, and I didn't know what happened because I had to fight while stuff was happening, and this character was, I think, walking into the lava or something, doing some crazy cool thing, and I missed it all because I was just trying to survive. So there is a balance, I think, in between. You can be doing things, but it needs to be simple stuff, maybe not in the middle of chaos.
Yeah, there is definitely balance to be had there.
Hendate says, cutscenes skip button is necessary. Cutscenes without skip button are profound reason. I agree that cutscenes, I like them, they're cool, but I think there always should be a skip, because if you just don't, if that's not why you're playing, you should not be forced to just sit there and watch them. So yeah, it's fair. I agree.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. If you want to put cuts in your game, definitely have the player be able to skip them. Pretty much always. Not by mistake, possibly, because that happens as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's see a few more questions. We have the question I asked you before I started playing, which was, what do you expect from someone playing your game? Now, okay, from a creator to another. Okay, you make a game and then you watch a person play it, and that's what happened, and you've seen it before, you've seen other people play your demo, and so what do you hope is going to happen when you say, like, what's going on in your head when you are watching somebody as they start, and what do you hope for?
Pretty answer before, because it's not like please do this, but it's please make the player not frustrated while playing it. That's really, oh my god, please don't be frustrated, please. It's okay if you don't like it, but please don't be frustrated. That's really my thought always. And I'm super scared of this thing. And I'm actually concentrate on this, actually.
Yeah, there is always this thing like like personally, I really hope that the player is gonna have fun, and by fun I mean whatever they want to, they were thinking to experience when they first approached it. Like if you're like, this is technically a puzzle game, so you want to be what do you say that, like stuzzicare, tipo
Hooked?
Hinted?
Yeah, hinted
Hinted.
Into solving something, right? And so you want this kind of thing going on in your head, and that's the source of the fun you're looking for. So as an horror experience, you also want a little bit of tension, some strong negative, strong, not necessarily strong, but some kind of negative, let's say, emotion, right? Anxiety or fear, or being somewhat uncomfortable. You know, you're looking for something like that when you approach this category of games, and that's what defines fun for me as a player, right? So I hope they, like, by playing my game, they achieve that most of the time at least. And so that's what I was hoping for.
I think it makes sense because yes, you create a game from a place where you just know what you like, just know what you want to experience, and you create a game where you hope that other people will experience exactly what you want to experience from a game. So it's the same with everything that you create, I guess. So it makes sense that that's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
There's also with this thing with games that, since they are by definition an incomplete medium, because they need the player to actually come together. There is always this thing where you like there is a couple of ways. Well, no, not really a couple of ways. There are many ways of um, you can design a game, right? But there are mostly two giant branch of thoughts, which is we give the player the tools to build their own fun, and we guide the player towards what we think it's fun. And I think there is some truth to both of them. I try to learn to lean on the first one, which is give tools. Even though in this game I don't think I actually achieved that, uh, because of the way the game has been going, like the development stages it went through. Because again, like we were saying in the beginning, this was meant to be a puzzle game. It kind of become one. Uh, and I wasn't prepared for it. Like I never thought to design a puzzle for a game. I never gave a thought about it. I never studied something of that area, and
Yes,
that's partly what made it hard to actually do it.
I think when last I heard that you were starting a project, so when you moved from the UK and went back to Italy, I thought I heard you say that you wanted to make start with a small game, possibly weren't you not considering like an 8-bit game or something, or am I wrong?
2D game, yeah, not 8-bit because I'm not really like I like the style, but I'm not. It's not something I really strive to do as a developer. Um, so yeah, it was a 2D game. Then she came into the thing
I
and
see.
changed the plan.
I see. I have a question that, however, is a little might be a little extensive, but it's very interesting for me.
Mhm.
And okay, the question is, how do you, okay, would you give us a small tour of how do you actually make a game? Specifically, maybe this one or
Okay.
in general, like where do you even start from building it? Let's say that you already have your idea, you already know what you're going to do, but where do you start? Like, how do you put all the pieces together?
Yeah. So
In
okay,
simple words, like if you can make it like not too long and in words that somebody who knows nothing about how you make a game can understand.
Sure. I need to collect some thoughts
Some
first
thoughts.
because yeah, because like how do you start writing, for example? Like you have your idea, then what? Like what's the first thing you actually gonna write?
Chapter one.
But
That's
it's
for
up to
me.
actually chapter one, or you have this cool thing that you want to happen. Like for me, for example, when I try to write a story, I know there are few things I want to show the player that are at the core of the idea, and then I build the story around it, you know?
Mm.
And I try to fit the world and build the world towards that is made so everything points towards that moment. And
Yeah.
I guess when I try to build a game, I do something like that. I have these few core moments I actually want the player to experience, and then I try to design a game around that.
Okay.
So
And
I don't have
what's
yeah, sure. Go
no,
ahead.
no, go for it. I'll ask you after.
No, I was just gonna say that I don't have a genre in mind when I start a project. I just have ideas of what should happen, and then I build a game around it. That's why it may be something like, yeah, it's never too clear for me what the end result is gonna be genre-wise. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be a first person necessarily. I don't know if it's gonna be
Okay.
an FPS or an RPG or something like that.
That's interesting.
Because I don't care too much about that. Because there's plenty of games that do an excellent job at those kind of very specific game mechanics things. I don't want to do something different.
So, so you design it around the key moments that you envision and you want the player to experience. So, in the term of Isolata, like, what are those key moments?
You want to answer this? Because we thought we spoke, like we talk about it quite a lot. If you like the idea of being okay, I'm gonna answer that.
Actually, it's a bit weird to answer because lots of key moments we thought about it aren't in the game.
I mean,
A
more
few of
because
them.
you remove.
A few of them aren't.
But yeah, the main goal was to give the sensation of being lost, feeling alone, and yeah, because we thought about our personal experience. We lived in the woods 3 years during the pandemic, so and
We had this house,
this
very
home
very
into the
far
woods,
away from
really
deep into the woods.
nowhere, and we dealt a lot with isolation and being alone, not most of the time in a positive way, but sometimes also in anxious ways. Like one of my actually huge fear was to lose the cats in the woods at night.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that never happened actually, and fortunately. But yeah, I was very scared that maybe, especially Maya, who stayed outside more than Cometa, I was super scared of that, and so we thought about that too, and we wanted to reproduce the sensation of you looking for the cat. I don't think that is really in the game actually, because you tend to forget about the cat and the fact that you have to save her.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, mostly about isolation and feeling lost.
Yeah, that's actually feedback we received once already. That since the game is structured like with this big puzzle in the middle, you tend to forget what you were actually supposed to look for, and you focus on solving the thing. And that's a shame because it actually goes against the idea of being immersed in this unknown, weird,
scary place.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's okay too, because actually it's good because it's the first complete game we can say, even if it's a prototype, but it's a first complete game, so it's okay too if a lot of stuff doesn't work. The fact that we acknowledge it, it's really cool. Anyway, in fact, at the first, when Isolata came out, I wasn't happy at all. I felt not ashamed, but I wasn't.
I wasn't satisfied.
Yeah, I wasn't satisfied, and actually seeing you playing it after 1 year of
1 year
break,
and a half.
1 year of break up from the game, from trying it and all the stuff. It really gave me another perspective, and I feel a bit proud of it actually. First, because we finished
proud of it.
Yeah, and there are actually a lot of things that I like in the game that I couldn't see before, and now seeing the things that doesn't work, it doesn't make me feel bad or ashamed. I feel like that's okay too, and it's cool that I can see things that doesn't work. It's okay.
Yes,
and
because
we will do better.
you learn from these things. And also I think that, as you say, like every creation at some point takes its own life, right? So if you start with this idea of the design, making a game about the feeling of feeling alone and feeling lost, and also what you're afraid of, like and searching for your cat, and so I think that's very good. But you can create, I think, a game that really focuses on that, but then you need a lot more, maybe time, and maybe also resources, and maybe more, you know, you need to make a specific kind of game. Here you were you turned this into then a puzzle game, and I think you did a pretty good job at the puzzle game itself, because the puzzle game is, I think, is created in a way that you have the challenge there, but you also have the hints. You can solve it. You know, I think that for people who appreciate puzzle games, they will appreciate this game. So it's, you know, I think that you managed to create a game that for the target audience, because let's say if this is a puzzle game, then the target audience is people who like puzzle games, and I think they appreciate it and they enjoy it, and I think it's a good you have a good end product for that audience. And then obviously merging two things together, which is, let's say, the tone and the flavor and the structure and practicality, that's a very difficult skill, I think, in whatever you do. So in the gaming, it's probably even more difficult, because you need to make a game that works, and you need to, you know, make it engaging and nice to play. So when you're adding flavor to it, I think it's something very difficult to do. And definitely, possibly with sounds, and maybe there is something you could do for like if you have the same problem in the future with something that you with a game, maybe focusing more on like think sounds or dialogues. In this case you had no dialogues, but you basically focus more on the surface, because now the depth of it, the functionality and the game itself, I would say it's like the structure of the game, the base of it, and that you did very well. And what you are saying that maybe it's missing a little bit is more the feeling of it when you play it, and this is more of what I call like the surface and the cake, the topping and the dressing. Okay, so
Yeah.
and that is more of also something that you can even just decor more afterwards, and something that you can always improve. That, like, if you wanted to at some point take this game and, like, again, as you said, you might want to make it a bigger game, and it's something that you can always fix afterwards. You can always add in terms of, I think, just like the feeling of directing the player to feel in a certain way, like giving a certain vibes. You can add that later. It's also a lot of work, but I think it can always be improved. But I think it's just a very, it's something that it's not an easy thing. It's probably something that a lot of game designers anyway also struggle with. Maybe it's the sweet soft spot that you need to have that little extra here to just, I don't know. It's also, yeah, it's the same for me. I see it from the point of view of writing, because I know also it's the same. I think you always have two things. You have the base and you have what you build on top of it. So you have that in gaming, as you said, you have it in writing, and the top of it would just take a lot more time, but you do it, I think, when there is a reason for it. Like, this is a demo, and I don't think it needs that extra, because it's pretty good as it is, I think. You see a lot of what you guys can do. So my feel of it about it.
No,
Talking too much.
no, fine, fine. But actually, I mean, it's hard to talk about this stuff without actually taking time to elaborate, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because they're actually inherently complex. Like
Mm-hmm.
any kind of any kind of creative mm, activity has this kind of complexity that you have to go through. Um, in specific, like designing a game, again, you can start from the story and the feelings, or you can start from the mechanics and build the story around it, which are both valid things you can do with the with when you start a project. Um, you have, I think, at least for how for what I learned so far, you have to be careful about how like like you said, the base, right? You
Mm-hmm.
have to be very careful because if the base you choose is gonna condition very much what you can and you can't do
Yeah.
properly, let's say, at least. Because you can mix and mash everything together, but then it's not going to hold up. And it's true in writing, and it's even truer in in game development, because in game development, you have this extra layer of technical challenges where if you don't write a good story, is you can still read it, and even if it doesn't make sense, it's still yeah, readable, right?
Mm-hmm.
In game design, if it's something breaks,
Yeah.
you're basically dead on track. You cannot, sometimes you cannot advance, or the games get corrupted and stuff like that. So uh, it's a different thing. I'm not gonna say it's harder, because writing good stories and writing good books is very very hard. Um, at least if you're looking for that, when for that 20% we were talking about at the beginning of the
Yeah.
stream, uh, it probably is easier to get the other 80% done, but it's still very very hard to get the
The
good
last.
part, let's
Yeah.
say. Yeah, the actual good part, because that's what the people, that's what you want to experience, right?
Mm-hmm. I think also
uh,
you are limited by the choice of the game type, because now here this game became a puzzle game, so then you are limited.
yeah,
You don't have story, for example, to expand on your characters, to make you care for the cat, so
it's
you are a bit tight.
yeah, because now the games, it's me trying to solve this mechanical thing the developer is asking me to solve.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and now I'm focused on that. I'm
Yeah,
focused on the mechanics themselves. I'm not into the story some, or into um, the environment, let's say, so much, rather than this thing I have in my mind where there's those pieces I have to put together in order to advance.
and
And that's
everything
actually, yeah,
everything like basically the I think the difficulty from the game comes from the fact that everything you want in the game needs to be there before the game is even fully working, because you can't see your final product and then go and add stuff,
yeah,
because
that's the thing.
so
Yeah,
that's
usually
very
though you
difficult.
don't. Yeah, because it's stuff that takes time to do and placing. And if it doesn't work, like if there are few little things to fix, that's fine. But if it doesn't work at all, like the chasing sequence, now you have basically, let's say, wasted. It's not completely wasted because you learned something, but it's wasted in the sense that it's not in the game, because
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to leave it if it doesn't work. Like, I don't want to, as much as I strive for making the player have fun, just like she said, at the first thing, I don't want the player to feel frustrated. So I'm not going to leave something that is frustrating for the
Yeah.
player in the game,
Mm-hmm.
even if it comes a little bit empty at the end. Like the last part, you got this build up with the music, but nothing really happens, and it's like,
Oh, I didn't feel it. I didn't feel that way though, because
okay, that's good.
yeah,
That's
no,
good.
I didn't feel like something was missing.
That's
What
okay.
you said about the
That's good.
chasing, it was when I started playing and I saw the controls and I thought, okay, this is going to be running at some point. There's going to be some running at some point. Because it feels like there is stamina, so I'm gonna have to run. I'm gonna be out of breath, and then, but then by the end, I forgot about it. So I didn't feel like anything was missing. The music was, yeah, it was engaging. It was maybe faster, but I found the cat, so like I thought that's why, that's it. That's the reason why. So
It still
yeah.
works. We managed to make it work
Hmm.
regardless, but yeah, I guess I'm seeing more into it because I knew what was supposed to be there, and if you don't know, you don't miss it. Like it's okay. It's the
Yeah,
way it's
yeah,
supposed to play
definitely.
out, I guess.
Yeah. And then at the end, something happens anyway, because there is this twist right at the end. So,
The fad.
yeah.
The
Um,
mountain creature.
I don't
Eating you.
know what ate me or what, I don't know. Daniel says, I like the music a lot. How it changed when you were
Thank you very
advancing in the
much.
game. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was one of the technical challenges actually, because the music is just one long uh, uh, track.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, actually, no, I'm not expressing myself well. It's not a long one track. It's made of
Repeating.
small pieces that they loop, and then they move to the next sequence and they loop, and then they move to the next sequence and they loop. And some areas they have different variation of that loop specifically. So there was also this layer of, okay, I have to track the point where the player is to play the appropriate music, but I also have to play it depending on where he or she is in the level. Because when you're outside, you got the complete, let's set of instruments. When you're in the big cave, you got some of the instruments. When in the
Oh,
small cave, you got another set. And so, and it's subtle changes. So most
very
people don't even
subtle.
realize it,
I didn't.
but it adds to the feeling that it's not as repetitive, even though it's like 50 seconds, 20 seconds loop.
Okay. Yeah, it's done so
And that's one trick.
seamlessly. Because I
Yeah.
didn't notice that there were different, that the music changed depending on the location. I just noticed
And
it changed
also,
about what, 3 times. I noticed
okay.
one music on the like start screen, then it was silent, and then I noticed music when I turned on the lights, and then 2 more times I noticed it changed, I think, and that was it. But how many different tracks are in there actually?
It's like there are about 24
Wow, okay.
like audio files
Ah,
of the same. It's the same track, but it's like with variation, and the advances in the actual music. They're like around 20, 24, 25. I don't remember correctly.
cool.
I remember the number of steps we play. It's like 110 different footsteps that can be played in the game,
Wow.
because because we have three different
Shoes?
uh,
No.
sorry.
Different shoes? No.
I
I'm
don't
just
know,
joking.
Grounds,
the different type of grounds,
terrain, yeah.
terrains,
The rocks, the woods,
the like grass like
the
sound,
grass-like
the
and
rocks, and then another one,
the twig,
Mm.
like twig.
yeah, the dirt, because grass and dirt have different sound steps. And we also have that amount doubled, because when you
You're
run,
running.
it hits harder, but it's not just a change in volume, it's actually it's actually a different sound. It's more complex, more deep. And it wasn't giving the right feeling by just turning up the volume. So I
Yeah.
mixed it in a way that was feeling more like you are actually running.
I can just
So
imagine you in the woods running around and
it
recording
was
this.
fun.
Like
It was fun. It was
Yeah,
really
it was
fun.
fun.
And there's also this thing, like she actually went around running like crazy to get this heavy breathing.
Yeah.
So I could record directly that one because it's not fake. It's actually her fatigued. That's
Yeah, I was really
trying
fatigued.
to recover.
It was hard for me. Yeah, I started to jump on the break. There was this giant break wood.
Yeah, the landing sound is different
Yeah,
as well.
there's a landing sound when you fall from less than
Yeah.
4 meters, and I start jumping from this wood. So
Well, not for 4 meters, but still.
yeah, no, not 4 meters because I am.
That's
Probably
too much.
break your leg.
Yeah, I'm
that's
also
too
so
much.
short, so not possible at all. But yeah.
Yeah,
And
there's
super
also
fun.
this. Yeah.
Well, now you have all these sounds that anyway you might use again in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna mix them differently because listening to them again, I'm not completely satisfied with the footsteps. So I'm probably gonna mix them differently. We still have the original file, so it's not gonna be. But yeah, that's me because I'm nuts with sound and like I spend too much time feel like.
well, that's good because sounds give a really another depth to it.
I know.
Like, okay, we can say I didn't notice the music changing, I didn't, but that's just a compliment because sound is one of those things that you don't notice when it's right, but when it's wrong, you do. So like,
Yeah.
and also if you don't notice, but maybe still giving something extra, something plus, and it's just making your experience better as a whole. And if it wasn't there, you would be, yeah, it's a nice game, but a little bit boring. Why is it boring? Well, because the sound is missing, or it's not just. So yeah, that's good. At the end, I was about to comment that you reuse the sprite or the sprites.
The case with the candle.
Or the
Yeah,
cave
that
with the
was
candles.
supposed to be a hint.
What's
Yeah.
a sprite?
It's like
The same model.
the same model.
We use the same candles in the same position for the
Yeah.
first little cave and
But
the
that
last
was
one.
a hint. I just missed
Yeah.
the one thing I wanted to see.
Yeah, I know, that's a shame.
There is another question, which is nice. I agree with this question. Can you share any anecdotes or interesting stories from the time you developed your game? Now we already know of the sound, so that's a bit. I think that's maybe the most fun. But
Yeah. Yeah, we 1 hour before releasing
Oh
the
my
game,
God, yeah.
we actually cut out all the intro dialogue.
there was oh yes, because you didn't like the dialogue.
We didn't like how we wrote it. It didn't work. It was weird. It was.
It wasn't working with the
mood,
the game, the mood, and everything. Basically, we tried to do. We also tried to dub it.
Yeah.
She also tried to dub it in English, but it wasn't working. And then
I don't have the diction to. Maybe I can try dubbing in Italian, but not.
Yeah,
in
we
English.
also thought about doing it in Italian, but you were like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but also, yeah, we really didn't like what she was saying.
The way she was saying, because there's this weird thing, right? When you try to put dialogues in a game like this, when you're all alone, you either do it by as a flashback, like the character is like telling the story of how he did this and that. And then that's that you make it work this way. Or if you don't do that, how do you actually do it in a way that makes sense? Because like no one talks to himself.
Now I'm going
way.
into the woods. It's so weird. It's so 90s.
Yeah, no, it's
like all the gaming in that graphic adventure in the 90s were done like this. Like oh, this is a mouse. I don't need it right now. So it's kind of that way, you know. So one hour before releasing the game,
we cut everything.
Wow, that's scary. Because what if we did that wrong? And
I know.
Wow.
It's like, and it wasn't even like that. Like the dialogues we put it was still very little dialogue, and it was just more like I don't even remember what they actually, because we changed it so much to make it work. I don't even remember exactly what
there
we
was
were
a dialogue at the beginning, like she was talking about her feelings, and then when she found before the cat, and when she found the cat, and we decided to cut it all off.
Just cut just not get into the way of the player. Which actually reminds me, the thing you said about being more immersed if they were hurting the player more, not the player, the character more. And I agree with the things about breathing or other sounds like that. But we intentionally left out the or the like, those forced sounds reaction of the character, because in a way they can help you get more into the mood. In the other, if you're not scared about something and the character is scared, you feel a disconnection. So it's a two-edged blade.
Yeah, I guess it would need to be done very carefully to not overdo it. That's an important thing in everything, not overdo it.
Yeah.
So you can do something, but maybe it needs to be just again a subtle thing that you notice it, but it's not the main taking over. So yeah.
I thought about it in a way that it could be interesting to do, but it's very hard to get right, which is look at the player reactions before introducing these kind of things, so to understand what it's actually scared of. But since you have to build a system around that, you have to be very, very good at predicting things, basically. And there is this thing which you can use to track your heartbeat, and that, which is of course a gadget you can use, and that could be an interesting experiment for the players who have it, and to build like a system around that, so when your heartbeat changes, I can do things in the game that otherwise I would not do, because I know that you're in a particular state, right?
Or a longer game when you have more options. Yeah.
More fun.
But it's really something like it's. They are interesting experiments, but I don't know if they're actually practical, like if they actually work, or
they also need to make sense. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Daniel was saying your character shouting Maya every now and then would reinforce the end goal of the game, I think. Yeah, but I think maybe that as well, if it's out of the blue and you don't you could have a button, I guess, that you press and you call Maya, maybe something.
That's actually one of the things we could theoretically add.
That is interesting.
It's one of those things though that makes it. So basically what happened is you press the button to call out for Maya, right? And then you get into
Nothing happens.
And it's fine, right? It may be fine. Like you still something that is just mood, like the stamina system that is in there right now in the game.
Or if you're near a place where, sometimes you hear the cat, so maybe if you're near that place, if you call again, you hear it again, but just nothing else happens.
That could be a mechanical thing that you could add. The problem with that is you get into this situation. I don't know if you played Heavy Rain.
No.
If you ever played the Heavy Rain, those who played it, they know that there is a part where basically there is this guy who's looking for Jason, and they have the button to call for Jason. And what you do as a player is to keep calling Jason everywhere and every time.
I would do it.
Yeah, because of course you do it, and it's okay because if you're having fun doing it, it's okay. But if you want to enforce, let's say, or to keep your player into some kind of mood, that's actually counterproductive.
Yeah. Well,
And what you gonna do? You're gonna give them a limited amount or a cooldown, or I don't know.
yeah, I
It's
have ideas to be honest, but they are all flavor things that in the end, when you look at the game, it's like the game doesn't need it. But yes, if you want to like make a bigger, longer game and with more details, then yeah. Like for example, if you hear the cat meowing, you could have like a hint with just like a key press, just hinting at the bottom of the screen or something that you see it flash for like 2 seconds. If you press it, your character yell the name, for example, like stuff like that. But they're all like just flavor things. But I think there is a lot that there's stuff that you could do to add more immersion.
Sure, also because flavor thing really help regarding the player feeling immersed in a world. Even though the game mechanically doesn't need them.
Yeah, they can be definitely. I think they are definitely something good, because again, the player feels more immersed and the game feels more real, and it also maybe it definitely adds to the experience. The problem is, as I was saying, when you design a game, is that you usually want these things decided before you start, because it's hard to add them after. So that is where the problem comes in, because seeing the finished products, you can have as somebody who doesn't know the game. So if you have created the game, like every creation, you get to a certain point where you know everything, and you just don't have these fresh ideas anymore, because you've seen it, you've done it, you've redone it. And then when you get fresh eyes on it, like people that just is the first time they play it, they can give you more feedback and even ideas about things to add, and you can discuss them with them and they can have ideas. But by then it's a little bit late, as in if you have created a finished product, you're not going to add things that require this kind of work at the base game. But if you're going to rework your game into something bigger later on, then maybe yes.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff that we're gonna take note of and see how we can introduce. Like there is also this thing, like there are some things that are very easy to add even at the end of the game, and there are others that are basically impossible even though they look so simple to add. It's I guess it's I think it's true for story writing as well. Like you build this core thing around this idea, and then you build the world, the setting, and all the other stuff that needs to happen. And you get to a point where you cannot change much of what you wrote because everything comes crumbling down if you do it.
Or you need to rewrite it all, which some
Or
people
you need
do.
to rewrite it. Yeah,
It's a lot of
exactly.
work,
And
but
it's
same.
it is.
Yeah.
It is also because you probably, unless you've been very lucky or you are very experienced, you probably have redone the work at least a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And that at least that's what tends to happen
Yes.
to us when you try to when you approach a project. Like you do it once and then you see, okay, but I need those things to be in, and I know that those things are going to be a problem, so I'm going to take a step back, fix those things, and keep moving forward. And you don't actually realize it, but by the end you actually redone the same thing at least a couple of times.
Yeah, that makes sense. But because also you hope that it's because you're new, so you need to learn these things, and then maybe hopefully in the future you don't make the same mistake, or you are prepared with different possibilities. And yeah,
I hope so. Like from what I heard and what I read, it's pretty much always like this. And that's why the game industry is a little bit funny regarding the quality of their games that they release. It's part of the problem because it's not as much as technical as it is creative, right? And by definition, if it's a creative thing, it's new, and if it's new, you've never done it before.
Yes.
Unless you're actually redoing exactly step by step something that has already been done, which is not something you want to do.
Yeah.
Usually, at least.
Yeah. An interesting point.
And but it definitely helps. Having experience definitely helps to at least identify the parts that you know you're gonna struggle more with, or at least it's gonna tell you, okay, um, I know this is gonna take more time than I'm anticipating right now because I tried something similar with the same mindset, like okay, it's gonna take a couple of days to do this, and then it took a couple of weeks. And if you have this experience, even though you still think, okay, still gonna do it in 2 days, at least you know that you're probably gonna delay a lot, and that's fine. It helps you with not feeling overwhelmed, because that's the other part of the problem when you do creative stuff, right? You tend to be overwhelmed by your own creation
Yes.
when you're
Indeed.
doing it.
Okay. Shall we move on to? I'm curious. Well, actually, I guess the last question that I personally have about Isolata, and that is now something you already hinted at before. And how did you go about advertising the game? And like, what were the biggest challenges that you encounter when you tried to get the game out there?
Do you want to start?
Advertising it.
I see the pain already in your eyes, guys. I see the pain.
You asked me what were the biggest challenges of the big. Like everything was huge. Like I cannot identify something in particular that wasn't huge. Like everything was terrible and
when
difficult.
You finish a project,
oh my god!
Even Isolata, which was a relatively small project, and you have to start advertising, and you are only 2 people, you are like, no, I'm too tired for this. I want to advertise on this.
I want to go home.
We're so tired. We almost didn't advertise. We just did some Instagram post talking.
Reddit. Actually,
on Reddit.
Reddit actually was the one that gave us the most precious feedback.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we did was the trailer. The teaser for the game, and people actually gave us some good feedbacks on that, in the meaning that it was not very representative of what they were, what we were selling them. Let's say. Okay. Well, actually, at that point, we were actually selling the game still, so. Yeah. They were like, I don't see why I should buy this game by the trailer. Like, like some people were meaner than others, but in the end, it was like, it's not.
I don't see anything from the trailer.
I don't see what was supposed to be the game from the trailer. And it makes sense because we thought it as a mood. Like the trailer was supposed to give the potential customer the mood of the game,
but wasn't enough.
It wasn't nearly enough because people want to see the mechanics.
Yeah.
Can we see this trailer, or is it?
Sure, it's on YouTube. It's still like you can get it from the iOS, or I'm gonna link it.
Yeah. If you drop me a link, can we watch it?
Can you? Yeah, sure. It's pretty short as well because we thought, like one of the things with trailer is, at least lately,
it disappeared.
In our opinion, is like they get what?
Now you're back.
Okay.
That's
It's that they are too long, and we don't like that, especially with films, like movies. They're so long. They show you the entire film basically in the trailer.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that. Why are you doing it?
yeah, but also doing trailer is hard.
It's
Advertising is hard. Finding the energy to talk about the game and selling to people is so hard.
It's hard.
Yeah.
So I discovered that there are guys who, for a living, for job, they build trailers for companies, for whatever.
Mhm.
And that tells you how much is not a trivial thing to
Yes,
actually do
indeed.
a good trailer.
Yeah, I think it's the same as for me when writing the back cover of my book. It's just a complete different project that I wasn't prepared for, because I thought, you write a novel and then that's it, you've done it. And then you're like, okay, now you need to get it out. But then the biggest problem is creating this little tiny 1 or 2 paragraphs to present it to the people. And same problem, it's like, you think that's easy, you wrote a book,
Yeah.
just
No,
it's
it's
nothing.
a different.
It's not of that.
It's
It's
not.
a
It's a
different
different
skill.
thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's how you sell it, what you say to sell your book, and it's so difficult. My God.
Okay, let's watch the trailer. I am going to switch screen again. Here have go. See it tiny. It is going to be tiny. No solution. Okay. Let's watch it. So this actually is it actually introduces what is behind the it introduces actually what is the concept of the game. What was your idea of what kind of experience the player would have. And yeah, well, I guess so. People wanted to see more of what the actual gameplay was like. That was the complaint. I see.
It's another job. Totally
Yeah,
job.
that's the
Yeah.
You need to learn how to do them.
Also, because, and I think every different type of game has its different way of doing this, because this is a puzzle game, and how do you give a trailer of what is in the game without spoiling the thing? And you need to give an action and an effect kind of thing, but then you spoil one of the few puzzles because this is only a demo. So it's interesting to find out what needs to be done, but how do you do that without spoiling any of the little puzzles that you have created? So
yeah, that's one of the problems we faced when people told us, yeah, but like I don't see the horror, I don't see the puzzle, like I need something more. It was just a mood trailer, and actually I think for what we intended it to be, it was working, but it was not selling the game. That was the problem. And as you said, how do I show you puzzles, mechanics related to puzzles without actually solving the puzzle for you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can do it if you have multiple puzzles, but if you just want one giant thing you have to put
Yes.
together, which is in the end is just three pieces, right? You can't really do it without spoiling the game for the player.
I think, yes, when
Um,
the game is bigger, then you can spoil something and towards the beginning and just leave it at that. But still, it's very difficult. I think for a puzzle game, it's probably quite difficult to just make a demo. If it was an action game, it's different, you know. It's easy, just show some combat and that's it, you're
yeah,
done.
exactly. You see, yeah, exactly. You show how the combat is done, just to give a hint to the player, which you can do it easily. Um, with puzzles, not so much, especially if there aren't many. And I didn't want to spoil the eye because that was one way to
Yeah.
show the horror part. But
Mm-mm.
I thought the eye was a nice thing to put and hide from the player until they actually get into the game, because it's part of the thing that makes you uncomfortable at first.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I show you that,
Yeah, it
I don't
was
know.
nice to.
It was like taking away too much from the actual experience I felt. So we didn't put it in the trailer. And what's left to put? It's just the mood, right?
Did. You have some statues without heads, without face that you could show, but exactly, it's just very difficult how you do that. It was
It's
nice in the game to definitely see this eye. What is that? Get there, be under it. I was staring at it, at the light, trying to understand what is this thing. So definitely that was nice to experience in the game. Then again, if you have a much longer game, then you can have this in the demo, and that is
yeah,
then in the trailer. So
yeah, and you're still somewhat fine because there's more stuff you can throw at the player.
yeah,
Um, yeah, that's basically the thing.
that was the main
Um,
difficulty.
what else regarding marketing? I was thinking about. Yeah, we didn't push the game too much for number of reasons. One, because we weren't prepared for. Two, because when we got to the end of it, we weren't really satisfied. So we weren't, I guess, as motivated as to push it. And then this feedback about the trailer, and at some point we decided, okay, it's been a learning experience, and that's enough for us so far. So that's when we basically decided to put it for free.
I see. And well, I think it's good for free, as in the name your price, you can still get something from it, and but also your main goal, I think, when you're new, is to get people to know you and learn about
Yeah,
you. So having this system, I think it's pretty good.
yeah, that's
And
why
then
the
if you
next
make,
project.
and then if you expand the game, people will already know about it. So
So maybe they come back to it. Like I don't give it for granted, because usually people in general, regarding something, not just games, they give you one chance mostly. So, but it's fine. It's fine because we needed to learn to do this experience, to learn from what it means to put a game out there.
yes,
Um,
I
so
I think that possibly, so if unless you have a team working with you, there are either two approaches. One is that's what I'm learning. One approach is to start already the advertising and the process of advertising it when you start working on something, which I personally don't dislike, in the way that I don't want to feel the burden that now I have to finish this and it has to be good. So I personally don't like that, but a lot of people encourage that, and they say yes, you should start advertising some what you're creating as you start creating it. I personally, maybe I'm too insecure, maybe I don't know, maybe too perfectionist, so I dislike that. So for me, the alternative is when you finish working on something, then you put space between you and that something. So you leave it for a while. And then you start working on, well, you maybe start working on advertising it, even if you don't feel it in your heart that you should advertise it, but you start preparing for it. You start preparing all that you need. And then you go back to it with like a fresh mind and a fresh heart and fresh eyes. And you will realize that you have something good because it was good. You made it with good intention, and and then you try to find, but you need time to distance yourself from it because it's just too much at once. But then when you come back to it, and when you are in the point that you can rediscover how good it actually is, that's the point when you can give it your extra attention to advertise it the way it deserves to be known. And that's how I see it, because what you are saying, that you basically just finished it, finally it was done, and then you put it out pretty quickly, I think, and you didn't have the stamina to keep working on it and working on the advertisement as well. While if you take a break, then you will have it, you will have the energies again because you are rediscovering the project, let's say. That's how it sounds.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, with your take. Like, I don't like the feeling of that the feeling that gives you advertising the thing you're doing too early. Mm, because if I'm like, okay, I know what I want to do, but I'm still creating it. Like, if I say something and then that's something that I'm gonna build, it doesn't work, and I want the freedom to take it off.
Yeah.
To take it, take it off the
I
project.
agree.
And if I already advertised something about that, now I can't do it because, I mean, you can, but
you can you
it
feel
looks
like
bad.
you feel like you're disappointing people. You feel like
You're
you are
disappointing people, or you're lying, which is even worse, right? Because you're luring people into something. That's an unfortunate thing that even bigger companies and bigger studios have done as a mistake.
Yeah.
I don't have names on the top of my head, but I know there are a few.
And some that they should have taken stuff away and they didn't, because there are some games there that are such huge fails and huge just jokes from big companies, and they had it advertised, it was coming, and it's there, maybe on time, but
and they have invested in money and they
disappointing.
can't. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a shame. It's a shame because you don't want to see people fail at something.
Nell says Blizzard in a nutshell.
Yeah, I
Harsh.
know it's.
We
But
have
you never,
some fans
like,
here in chat.
as much as I made this like Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, because let's be fair, it's not Blizzard anymore by like, I don't know, even 10 years so far. Like, it's Activision Blizzard. And as much as I dislike that company, just as I dislike Ubisoft or EA, I don't like to see studios project fails.
Yeah.
Of course.
Even under those companies.
It's the publisher usually the main problem. Right?
It's very often the main problem, not always. Because
publishers care only about money, and
they mostly care about, well, it's their job, right?
Yeah, sure.
There are publishers that goes way too far into this, but in the end, it's their job to keep everything working. Because if a project this big fails, like people, like things close, people are gonna lose their jobs. So the publisher tries their best in the end to protect. It's not always like that, and I'm very optimistic, let's say, about it. But I prefer to think that they struggle and try to protect most of the people they can. Then there is exception, and then there is big failure and big, yeah, okay, it was our fault to push the studio into this path and this path, was a failing one, we're going to close the studio instead of taking responsibility, which is a shame.
And yeah, Daniel is saying if these companies become too big, the quality goes down. Blizzard was super cool when they started out. But then money became the goal and not creating a game. I think that's, it happens a lot. But then also when the company grows, so it's just like a vicious circle, right? The company starts out, they're small, they make good products, and then because of it they grow, and as they grow the projects become more complicated. Maybe they don't have the right people to direct these, so a small game, it's a lot easier to direct than a bigger one, and then somehow in the way the essence of the games that they make gets lost, and then it's more about keep bringing in money because we need it, because we are a big team and we are getting bigger and we're doing these bigger games, and so
we are investing a lot in that.
But what is a failure in a game? That's a big question. When does a game fail? Because it's if a game that plays and when you're playing a game, it just constantly crashes when you're saving, and then it's released on a platform where you cannot play it on the earlier platform. You need the latest platform to play it, which is, I think it was in one of the Dragon Age things, and you couldn't play it on PlayStation 3 or something. I don't know. It was like this. Where do you set the bar of when the game has failed? Like, but yeah. We are, I think, getting a little bit off topic. Well, yes, we all feel cool very strongly about this.
I know, but it's like, and in the end, it's something that we are all passionate about, right? Even like we are also developing stuff, so we are another look at the thing, but we are all players.
We used to be players.
We're starting to be players. We're starting playing again. Because we had to. There's this thing when you develop games, don't play as much, even like sometimes at all. You don't play at all for months. So we have time to get back into playing more games.
You don't have the time for it, exactly.
You don't have the time.
Yeah,
and the energy as well, but regardless of that, like, we are players, right? So we enjoy talking about games, we enjoy talking about those things. So it's cool to have a conversation like this, I think.
Indeed. What is your favorite game right now? That's a good question.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
So Red Dead Redemption, like, I love stuff from Rockstar. I have to say, I really like. Well, it's actually true. So I started to enjoy stuff from Rockstar since GTA 5. I am one of those people who didn't like GTA 4, but I love the passion at the amount of details and the polish of their product. They're incredible.
Okay.
And Red Dead Redemption is one of those like things that is incredible.
Insane.
It's insane how good and polished and detailed the world and the environment, the gameplay is incredible.
So perfect. Actually, my favorite game of all the time used to be Dragon Age 2.
2?
I know. 2. What? I know. Dragon Age.
She said that.
Yeah,
okay.
How is that possible? I mean, like, that was Dragon Age Origin, and I was like, yeah, awesome. And then Dragon Age 2.
So, and my name, in fact, the first part came from Hawk from Dragon Age 2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that used to be my favorite game of all the time. And then I started playing Red Dead Redemption and gave a huge kick in the ass to Dragon Age 2.
It's a different time.
Yeah,
there's so many years between.
My taste in game is changed a bit in the last years. I mostly enjoy more FPS than GDR, but yeah, Dragon Age 2 used to be my favorite game.
We all feel very strongly about this, and then Dragon Age was mentioned. Now we're on fire. Dragon hate Origin. Origin is actually my favorite story game, Dragon Age Origin. Well, maybe also because it's one of the first games I played on my very own computer, so it might be. But
Two.
yeah, Origin.
Yeah.
It's one of those games I cannot get myself to enjoy, not because of the story. I think this I'm super interested and curious about the story. I don't I
You don't
can't
like the
get myself
gameplay.
to enjoy the gameplay. Like there's this huge barrier for me, which is
But
So
you
you
didn't
don't-
say what's your favorite game, actually,
all right. What's my favorite game?
at the
for-
moment.
At the moment, or like ever?
You said at the moment?
both. You can answer both
Both.
questions. First
Okay.
one and then the other.
It's a tough question
They are
because
indeed.
so I will break it. I will break it up this way. Growing up, my favorite game was Deus Ex, for sure.
Ah,
Um, the first one, the
The old
second one
ones.
was
Mm.
the old one. Well, even the recent one, I only played the Human Revolution. I didn't play the one afterwards, Mankind Divided yet. I want to. I liked it. I liked the reboot. Um, the second one was a little bit a misstep, gameplay wise at least. I remember enjoying the story, but gameplay wise was a bit weird. But the first Deus Ex for that time was incredible. I think.
For those of you who don't
Um,
know Deus Ex, maybe there is somebody who doesn't know it.
It's like a cross genre because it was like an FPS and an RPG mixed together in this futuristic setting where things were in this dystopic thing and um, and yeah, it was super cool because you had this freedom of getting from mission to mission in your kind of way. Like you could go gun blazing, you could go stealth, you could go, you could talk yourself out of situation. It was incredible. Probably one of his, probably the first of its kind, or one of the first of its kind. Um, then I guess
Current game?
current game, I'm enjoying a lot seeing her play Red Dead for sure. Um, all Remedy stuff, I love all Remedy stuff, no exception. Like I loved all their games because I just love the writing style of Sam Lake. I think he's a brilliant writer, and because at least the other games they're not mechanically. I mean, they're not that much of a. They're okay. They do their job. They're not particularly good, but the writing and the storytelling is so good and so great that it brings everything like a magnitude over. Like they elevate everything.
Yeah, I don't
And
think I know. These are strange games to me, as in I don't really, I'm not familiar with that.
yeah, you're more into the fantasy,
Yeah, RPG, fantasy, MMOs.
RPG fantasy stuff. Metal Gear for sure. It's one of my favorite game of all time. Uh, easy peak, I guess. Um, and that's trending, and I like it a lot. And I'm not sure if I would say it's my favorite game yet because I haven't gone too far into the story to actually say that. But
It's a good game
it's
so
a game
far.
I like because it's so different from anything else you can play, and that really interests me. The different experiences you may have by playing game. That's something I really interested.
And people doing different experiencing with different things in the game, something new, fresh that you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Jarvix, welcome.
Hey, Jarvis. That's
Friend of
really
yours, I take it.
Yeah.
There was, I think, one last question from Daniel about ISOLATA.
Mhm.
And the question is, how, I think I know the answer already. How do you approach the balance between creativity and commercial viability when developing your game? How do you not fall into a trap to keep going and not finishing it? That's a different question. That's two questions, I guess.
Well, as you say, because
Yeah.
there is the creativity part and not marketing part.
Yeah,
Actually.
we basically
So-
completely
Yeah.
like put the
weight
commercial
on
part
the-
away.
It's on the creativity part, and yeah, the second question is interesting because before doing ISOLATA, we did work on another game, La Dimensione Interna, the dimension within, and we didn't finish it. Actually, it's only a demo,
Which is not available.
It's because we put too much stuff on it. It was
It was a
insanely huge game, and that
for
gave us a huge
incentive to not overdo again.
yeah, it was tipo una botta in
Yeah,
like it hit so hard not
hit
being
so
able
hard.
to finish it that we really learned a lot from it and start thinking about how it's too much.
For how long did you work on that one?
So
he with me 2 years.
2 years.
He is alone 8 years.
Yeah, I've been working on the idea about 8 years.
Wow. I think you must have learned a lot from it though, because with ISOLATA, you I think did a lot more quickly things that.
Yeah, that for sure. Yeah. Even though we were splitting the work differently with this project, so I had to learn. I wanted to learn Blender, but I also had to do it because I couldn't leave everything on their shoulder. Again, I think there was this start working on fresh new ideas and not worry too much about, okay, I worked on this aspect for 5 years. I don't want to waste it, so I have to find a way to make it work.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to have done that experience because I think the idea behind the La Dimensione Interna is still solid. Just to give a little bit of context, it's a game about it's a narrative adventure game, so it's less mechanics driven and more choose your own path through the story. But still, since I tend to dislike games that are only focused on that, I struggle to find a way to input mechanical things that affect the way you choose your path into the story. So there is this couple of systems that are one on top of the other. One is the interaction with all those other characters. Like you can build a relationship, or you can build you can antagonize other people, and this was carrying out through the whole story and was affecting the way you were playing and the stuff that was going to happen. And the other was that every character, including your own, had a feeling system. So they had anxieties, they had way to thoughts about things that you could stray from by forcing your character to do stuff, but forcing it meant weakening his willpower, weakening his mind, making him more susceptible to anxieties, to neuroses, to all these complex emotions, and they were all coded into this system. On top of that, we also, because it wasn't enough, we also put a way to let the player choose not just what to say during conversation, but how to say that. So,
Yeah,
for
that's
example, you could choose, which is one of the most common problem with games, right?
if you have voiceover, how do you do that? That's very difficult. Not even
It's
like
difficult. That's why we choose right from the beginning to not have voiceover.
yeah, okay.
Which was a problem. Like it was a solution, but that created another problem, which we gonna talk a little bit up later. The solution was exactly to let the player be able to more feel in touch with the main character, because since you were now in control, not just what to say, but how to say it, and by that I mean you could say hi, or you could say hello, or you could say huh, or you could say something else.
Yeah.
And it was all ways to greet someone, but they all had different meaning and they all had different outcomes.
And they will affect the
And they
what
all
comes
they
next.
were
So
yeah, and they're all affecting
that's
the story. Just to give you an idea of how many options we were preparing for the player, the first choice in the first dialogue had like 40 variations. Like there were 40 options, not all on screen. There were a filtering
yeah.
system that was very easy to navigate, and it's something that we were quite proud of because it was working really well.
Okay.
But the options were so many, and the promise to the player was we are gonna account for everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a big project. It was a huge
Yes,
project.
that
We
sounds
learned a
huge.
lot.
And with a team of 2 or maybe 3 at the time or something.
We were three at the time. We
I
were
mean,
another person working with us, which we took parts. Um, but yeah, even for three people, it was a lot of
of
work.
course, I think about, I mean, what you're describing are games. I've seen games like that because I enjoy that. So, with the Dragon Age Origin is the first one, which I think is the only game I've seen. Well, okay, there are more, but of the games I played like that, I played a few. I felt like Dragon Age Origins was the only one that actually did that and actually
Yeah,
took into account your choices because then you move to like, well, usually when you add the voiceover, that doesn't work anymore anyway, because then you cannot have all the different lines set in different tones, and it just doesn't work. But yes, in any way, in 3 people, like that sounds like a job for so many different, like such a much bigger team than 3 people. It sounds like a huge, huge project. And will you
The
work
first
on
time I
the?
approach it.
And you have
Sorry.
the you consider working possibly on that again on La
yeah,
Dimensione
that's for
Interna?
sure. That's for sure. We don't know when. We have no plan. Like we have no date. But we're definitely gonna pick it up again
Yeah, hopefully in some years when maybe we will grow as a
as a
team.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we hope for because it would be a shame not to finish that
Yeah,
project.
it's also, I think, still an interesting take on the narrative adventure game,
Yeah.
which no one has tried yet. I feel they're very focused on like the
Yes.
super massive games like
Until Dawn.
Until Dawn. They're very focused on building up the cinematics of the game, but less so on taking your action into account. There's always this
Yes, that's what I noticed
illusion
as
of
well.
choice, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like more fake that you don't really have a choice in the end.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter really.
It
And
is
it's a
actually
shame because
shame and
that's
frustrating
the
as well.
promise, right? It's frustrating because
Yeah.
that's the promise. The game promises you it's gonna take your action into account, and then you see very quickly that's not true. And when you're gonna play another game like that, you're gonna say, "Yeah, but I know it's not gonna
Yes.
really take everything I do," and you build up this sort of vicious cycle where you don't trust the game, the genre, not just the game, the genre. You
That's
don't
true.
trust that because
Especially,
know,
yeah, especially
yeah,
because you start and at the beginning it looks like they are giving you choices and it does matter, but then you find out that maybe not so much.
very.
Yeah, you're right. You feel more in Dragon Age Origins that it really matters what you do. It's not a game about
choices. It's still
yeah.
an RPG, like, and
And
they
they
do.
really like that.
They did an incredible job in accounting for at least the big changes
Yeah,
in the story arcs, which is a lot considering
Yeah.
they haven't uh, they haven't just done it in what in like the first game, then the second game, then the third game. But they're actually all connected
Yeah,
by
they're
this. It's
connected.
Well,
incredible.
yeah, but that is only choices, though. I agree with that. Like, choices have consequences, but what I miss in the Dragon Age 2 and Origin and Inquisition is that I don't feel like I can feel the characters my own because of the voiceover, I think, mainly. But that is just because the dialogues, the delivery of the dialogues is too limited to what I have in mind for the character, which in the origin was different because you only had dialogue, so you could imagine how your character would say things and act. But Inquisition and no, but that's just
No,
personal
but it's
taste.
true. Like that's
No,
why we
think,
decided.
yeah, I think that I think the fact that I love Dragon Age 2 so much is because I feel a connection with Hawk because I I could play in a way that I felt true to me, but I understand that it doesn't
work for
for everybody.
anyone. Yeah, I was just lucky, And in I didn't like that much Inquisition because of that. What you were saying, yeah.
Yeah, in Inquisition it feels very limited.
Yeah.
So let's see. If in chat you have any more question, post them there, and we can see about them. I have only, I think, a couple more that I would like to ask. If I find them. Oh yes, this is it. I'm interested in this as a creator myself. So what are you working on now, and what are your next steps for your game in your company? So like, what do you see ahead of you now, where you're going, and what are your your hopes, and are you hoping to accomplish your projects?
We are not working on it yet, like fully committed yet.
Oh wait, you were silent for a moment. Can you repeat from the beginning?
Can you? Okay. We are not working like we're not fully committed to the next project yet because we are building up some funds to sustain the development. We only have design draft and some ideas about it. It's gonna be another horror game. This time it's gonna be
not a puzzle.
not puzzle, not at all. Not even if I have to redo the whole thing again. It's gonna be more horror focused, that for sure. It's gonna be about, how can I put it simply? It's gonna be about the story of this drug dealer, I say, who's
a horror with a drug dealer. Okay.
Yeah.
That involve hallucination.
Who's trying to like he's trying to earn his place in society by trying to become a famous actor,
theater actor.
yeah. But in the meantime, he sustained himself by doing drug dealings and other.
Of course.
Yeah, of course you do.
Of course. And this is the good Italian stuff. Let's go. This is the good Italian stuff.
It's gonna be a story around this thing, which is the role of culture in society. it's gonna be a reason about a reasoning about that.
So based. So it's interesting for me how your games are more set into a realistic environment with so more of a there's a real base, and then maybe on that you add some imaginaries, imagine thing, not real thing, but the base is in the real world. So that's
Yeah,
interesting.
it helps, especially with horror games. It helps creating this connection and this sense of uh, it's believable. Right? You could build a horror game about something you cannot experience, I think, but it will be a lot harder because of this disconnect, right? Because
Yeah.
if you only have fears of things you may experience, you may be able to experience. Things
Yeah, I
are way too
guess.
far away from
Yeah.
yourself. They're probably not going to scare you as much, if not at all. So I think that's central when you want to build an horror story. Um, but it's true. I always like, even with La Dimensione Interna, which is not an horror story. I always found myself more comfortable writing about things that are actually in the real world, let's say. Um, Although, and this is me, because it's not like I don't enjoy fantasy or sci-fi stuff. Uh,
Yeah, but your
it's
creativity
more
is
like,
something else. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Where you take your where your imagination comes from and where your take your inspiration from. That's interesting. So you are not you think that the thing you will do next will be a fresh new project rather than revisiting older projects, so like Isolata and La
Yeah,
Dimensione
that's
Interna.
yeah,
You will start
Yeah,
with
we
something
need
fresh.
that.
Yeah,
yeah. We
that
need
makes sense.
something fresh, if anything, because we want to try different things.
I think it's also very good for just in a way exposure, like Isolata is out there now, people know it, they can maybe look forward to it becoming something bigger, but also it's good to give something else, just something completely new. That's, I think, very good. I come to my last question, and
Okay.
that is what are the best and worst things about your job, your chosen job,
You
chosen
want to go ahead and
profession?
answer this? Or do you want me to?
Oh, you go first.
Okay. Well, the good things for sure is being able to, it's not entirely true, but let's say being able to dictate your own terms, right? Because you are in charge and you are responsible of what you're doing.
As a small
So
game developer.
yeah,
Yeah.
as a small, like as an
And then
independent
yeah.
entrepreneur, let's say,
Mm.
you are in charge, you're responsible, and you are the one that takes the decisions. So, so you take decision based on what you want to do, which is not completely true. It's mostly true. It's not completely true because you get to some point where you face the reality that is okay, but I also need to do something that is appealing to people,
Yeah.
right? Because I can't do the most things I want to do in my life. That is, if it's costs money and that you don't earn money, you're not gonna go anywhere. Not far at least.
Yeah.
So there is still this problem. You give up one. I like to think it. Well, I don't like to think it this way, but it recursively came into my mind this thing, which is I gave up one boss to have hundreds, right?
Uh-huh.
In a way, let's say.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's an interesting way to look at it.
But it's still a good thing, I would say. And also, of course, being in the game industry, which is something I'm very passionate about, and working on games, which are something I found very fun. It really helps with the high and low of the job, right? The worst part for me is the bureaucracy behind it, like the marketing side. I can somewhat deal with, but the whole things about running the company,
Taxes,
the
stuff.
the taxes and all
In
those
Italy, it
things
is
are
very
terrible.
complicated, I think. Yeah, Italy makes
It's
it
another
really
job
hard.
again.
Yeah.
It is. Luckily, we have a couple of people who helped us, and also you have a guy who takes all the stuff
Yeah,
regarding
you
accounting
have
for.
to pay a guy to
You have to
understand
pay,
what you
yeah,
have to do
exactly.
in the taxi
You have
stuff.
to pay a guy
Yeah.
to understand what to pay, how to pay it, when to pay it, which is weird, but it is how it is.
That
It's
sounds very complicated, yes, indeed.
in Italy, it's probably more complicated than elsewhere. It's probably mostly the same everywhere, though. It's just more complicated, that's for sure.
Yeah, which is probably my same hated.
So we should do another game about running a company.
About
You
taxes.
only deal with this part.
About Italian taxes,
And
about
bureaucracy.
Italian stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, we should do that.
No, that's too horror. That's too much.
It's too real.
Yeah, because that's
too real.
for me too, actually. And
Yeah, because I'm never sure about anything. That's the worst part. Because okay, it's complicated, but once you do it first time, then you have people explaining it. At the end, you get it. It's the constant feeling of not knowing if you're exactly.
It's always change. Like in
It
months,
keeps
it's
changing.
Oh wow.
And it's different for
So there is
different stuff. Like if you open a virtual shop for a company, it's something
different.
If you do it for another, it's again you have to look for other stuff and fill the other paper. It's a mess.
It's a little bit of a mess because, of course, we work a lot with not in Italy, like I mean, we are on the internet, right? We don't publish like
it's not
it's
in
a weird
Italy
business,
really.
right?
It's
Yeah, it's everywhere and nowhere at the
Indeed.
same time. So you have to account for that. So this means you have to apply for when you register on websites like on Steam, you have to apply for a thing, which is you give them stuff about your company that they have to verify on their own so that you don't get charged twice, because if you don't do that, you got 30% VAT in the United States, for example. Then you get 22% of IVA in Italy, and then there are taxes on top of that.
But then that's cool. But then if you want to avoid that, you need to pay this guy who does your taxes instead. That understands helps you understand how to do this.
Yeah, it helps you understand.
It helps you. It doesn't do it for you. It just helps you.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he takes, and we're being lucky. I think it takes good care of all the things you have to be in line with regarding taxations. But when you have to register for this process of validating yourself with foreign countries, you're on your own. Like you don't. It's not hard. Like it's not easy to make mistakes. Luckily, like it's very hard to do things wrong, and you can reapply if you think you've done something wrong, which is good. But the first times were a nightmare because they ask you about things that they have no correlation in Italy. because because every country has a different system. So you're trying to your best to understand what they actually need and what they're actually asking you for. The first times it's a mess and
Yeah, that
it's
sounds
been
all very
a
complicated.
nightmare. But yeah, that's probably the worst part of this job. Like,
Yeah, so basically the best part for you is to be able to create what you want, how you want it, and then the worst part is having to deal with the bureaucracy of just having
yeah,
basically being on your own and having to just take care of every single detail, and that is the worst, the money,
it's worse
taxes, and that.
because yeah, because you're still two, right? If it was a bigger team, we
Yeah.
could think about spreading the weight across multiple people, and then maybe you find that one who's actually good and enjoy doing those things. So it's your marketing. Go
Yeah.
enjoy it. I don't care how you do it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be better than what I can do.
Well, Inusa says something interesting. Indie games have soul because the core idea is usually not diluted by corporate check marks. But maybe that is the case because you have to deal with all these problems and all this bureaucracy that then your soul is so, heavy, and then it's out there in your game because it's like, yes, like he went through so many difficulties and that's it. That's there.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. There is also one thing I think which adds to the fact that um, if you want a specific if you want to build a specific experience, it's a lot easier if you are an indie developer, which is the more the company gets bigger, the less it recovers from big mistakes.
Yeah.
So as a big company, you don't want to make many mistakes, if any. So you always want to take the safe path, which
Yeah.
means innovate a lot less and maybe aim at the things that makes you sell the game more, which is usually is graphics. And that's why you see
I
a
see.
lot of those production that keeps pumping the graphics bar higher and higher over the point of sustainability, I think, because they spend so much money into that stuff. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't actually make the game better. It makes the game looks better.
But it
It may
doesn't.
look better, but it doesn't make the game actually better.
Yeah.
But it helps sell the game a lot more, that for
I see.
sure. So they push a lot into that and less into the actual experience,
So
which
the
is a
need
shame.
for the need for safety is what kills the soul here.
Yeah,
That
and
makes sense, absolutely.
I think there's still more room for mistakes that they actually company are willing to take. I cannot say it for sure because I'm not into the accounting. I don't see their bills. I don't see their balance. You cannot really say it for
Yeah.
sure. Uh, but I think they're very, very conservative for no good reason. Like there has been like for a good 4 or 5 years where all the big publishers were saying single player games are dead and the future is live services. And
Why
you
would
look,
single player games be like
I don't
get
know.
it?
Like I have no idea. I think the reasoning was it's easier to make money with live
Ah,
services,
yeah, that's I guess it's
which
true.
which which is funny because it turned out to be not that true. It only worked for a couple of
Few titles, few
a,
years.
a couple of titles which are huge, like Call of
Okay.
Duty. Call of Duty is huge. Like I don't think anyone can understand how huge is that franchise. I don't think not even Activision can actually understand Call of Duty how huge. Uh, but even they struggle with keep the live service thing running, which is incredible if you think about it.
Because you need a lot of money invested in that and people working for maintenance and everything.
And you need to find this. You need to find this balance between retaining players while changing the game constantly, which naturally drives you away because you approach a game because you like it the way it is, and you want just things get fixed and things get polished. But as a live service, you want the game to keep changing. So it's actually do things that don't converge, and you tend to drive your fan base away while you're not guaranteed to get new players come in. Now it works with Call of Duty because it's so huge.
Yeah.
But other games didn't survive that. And it's funny to think about it because the game that actually sold a ton of copies are actually single player.
Yeah, I think so.
Like the most recent one is Zelda. And it's just on one console, if you think about it.
Yeah, one console. Actually, not even.
And it's sold so much. And it's a single player game.
And then
so I think there is.
Yeah. No, then it was also mentioning Hogwarts Legacy. I think that's a little bit. It's sold a lot because a lot of there are a lot of fans of the franchise. Again, if you have a franchise and you grow it slowly and it's just the games sell, single player games, why not? Like the Final Fantasy games, they sell. Yes, they have a multiplayer as well, but that's not what attracted people. Like people went to play the multiplayer game because they loved the single player games. Not
and
the
they
other way around.
Because exactly, and they want that because they wanted to experience something similar to the single player, but with other people, I think, right? And for example, Hogwarts Legacy. Let's talk a bit about that. Would that it worked? Would that
would it have worked?
Would have worked regardless of the fact that it was or not single player? Because I don't think a multiplayer Hogwarts Legacy thing would have worked as well.
I am just tired of people making single player games and adding multiplayer to it.
Yeah.
Because just stop doing it. If I'm buying a single player game, it's because I want to play the story and as a single player. I don't want the multiplayer experience. So, but developers keep doing that, and they keep adding open world to all the games now. But again, if I want an open world game, I buy an open world. Like, so
it's not always necessary, and yet they feel this need of no, we have to build this huge story which has all these huge branches, and of course we have to put it in an open world because how can we do it? You can always. It's okay. You don't have to be every game every time. It's fine. Relax. Be your own thing. I think it's gonna work a lot better.
Yeah. And what about Miss Hawkward for you? The best thing about being your own game developer?
Being able to work at my stuff, at my desk, without no one talking to me. Being alone is something that I really need and enjoy. Well, I have him by my side, but
actually on the other side,
on the other side we have like a wall.
So it's like even you just go there behind the wall.
I love the fact that I can and I need it a lot. If I want, I just sit down here and be alone by myself, doing my stuff, doing what I enjoy. That's insanely good for my mental health, and I'm so grateful for that.
I think a lot of people can identify with that. I know that,
It's weird because you also enjoy doing things with people.
But I think it depends
depends on what you're actually doing.
I did a lot of waitress job, but it's another mood. I'm not doing creative work.
Yeah.
I'm serving people. I'm in another mood. it's like
you're not creating, you're not
you
fine-tuning
are
and such.
on a roll at that moment, you know, and that you go home, you are alone and you do your own stuff. It's different if you have to be creative for someone else. I am creating for myself, and I'm doing that alone with myself and not with other people.
You don't have to report to anyone about what you do, because
also being able to not have eyes looking at me, like, oh my God, you are in an office with other desk with people who goes around, that's precious to me. And when I do those kind of things, I really need to be alone and do that by myself.
So it liberates you, like liberates your creativity, and then you're just free to create stuff the way you.
With no pressure apart from myself. I already put a lot of pressure on myself, so I don't need anyone else's pressure.
Yes, exactly. Because when you are critical of what you do, you don't need anybody else judging what you're doing.
And there is this thing, right? Like she said, I don't want eyes on me while I'm doing creative work. I think I can relate a lot to that, because I was thinking, I'm not that bothered by having people around. Like, I remember when we were working on testing, I actually enjoyed working with people, right?
But it's different.
It's a completely different thing, though, because even if testing is kind of creative, because you have to find creative ways to break the game or to find problem with the game.
But you work with you're not making something out of nothing.
Exactly. It's not something that people are gonna look at and, let's say, evaluate, if not judge, right? It's a very, very different kind of creativity. If
it's an intimate moment.
When you're that creative for those things, it's very intimate, and you really don't want to have people look at your work until you're ready to show it.
Yeah, I like this view. I agree. Nice. I think for me that was all the questions. Is there any more that you would like to share with us? That's the hardest question of them all.
Because we talk
about so much stuff. It's hard to like. We could keep rambling all day, right? Like we were anticipating, like, okay, we'll
2 hours. I said, it will be like 2 hours.
Maybe 2 hours. So, but it's like we are enjoying ourselves. Like, I think that's the reason why we went for so long. It's because
yes, and there is so much to ask and so much to learn and so much to hear. It's just
maybe
it's
another
been
time.
Very interesting. Yeah,
maybe another time.
Well,
I don't really feel like we need to add anything else. If anything, because I have no idea what else I could add. Like, I feel like I've talked for so long about so much. Like, I can, if people have questions, we can still ask a couple.
Yeah, if you have any question, put them in now.
Never.
Or never, now or never. I will be interested definitely to see what you do next. And
cool.
I'm really glad that we reconnected and that I got to see your creation and yes, this and I don't know anybody else who actually does make games. Do I know anybody? I don't think so. I know somebody who. You do?
I was trying to remember if someone of our ex co-workers actually took the spot that I know of, and I don't. So there were a couple that they wanted to do it. I don't know if they actually went and actually did something. I lost contact with most people from back then, unfortunately, because there were a couple of people I would really like to get in touch with again. I just don't have either the a way to get in touch, or sometimes you feel like, yeah, but I mean, it's okay, even like maybe one day we get in
We
touch
will
again.
reconnect.
Yes, but it's always good, and then you reconnect and you find out that they just did something cool. And then...
Yeah, yeah, like you did. Like what? So before you got in touch with me,
Hmm?
I spoke to her a couple of times about the work I've done in localization, and I mentioned her like it would be cool to get in touch with this, and this.
Testers to test your game, right? Or give you
No,
feedback, or okay.
no. Just because I thought they were cool people, and one of the people he was like, well, that I spoke with her most often was you basically, because I was telling her, yeah, I had this Italian flatmate.
You know
We did
why?
this, we did what, it was cool, and
You know why? Because I was very good at the Lord of the Rings game.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
you
You
know,
sold yourself through that game.
that is why. Skill just remains impressed, just remember it.
Oh, you know what? One of the things that I remembered when you got in touch with me,
Mhm.
it was that party I throwed where you were sleeping and you were like you wanted to sleep, and we were like making, I don't know how much noise on the other room.
Oh my,
And
this is horrible. I don't remember it.
you know why I remember that? Well, you didn't complain. Like actually. Because I remember inviting you, but you were too tired. You were so tired you went to sleep. I don't think you ever, you even, um, you were actually sleeping. Like it's not like we are actually bothering you.
Okay.
But I
Don't
remember
remember.
this thing when one of the French guy drew on my whiteboard this scene where everyone at the party was in the scene.
And I was
And then
sleeping
the
somewhere.
day afterwards, you came in, you saw the drawing, and you draw
Oh.
yourself in the
What?
bed. Like, yeah, I
I
think I may have a picture of that
Yes,
somewhere.
please,
I
because
have
I
to look
don't
about.
remember this. It's like
It
what?
was so funny because you came into my, we were talking, and you came into my room, you saw the whiteboard, and you were like, this thing is missing something, and you draw yourself in from the bed, like with this, like this, like.
Okay,
It
if you
was so
say that, I
cool.
must have done it. I don't know. Maybe
I
I
think
was
I
still
have proof.
asleep.
I have to find it.
Okay.
It was
Wow,
cool.
I have such blackouts. Okay.
Oh my god.
We changed a lot of flatmates in there.
Yeah.
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 People coming and
At
going.
least 3 or 4. I think. I think 3 or 4. And I moved, like in Glasgow. I moved like 3 flats before the last one with you.
Yeah. I moved a lot around a lot as well.
It
Those
was
were the
cool
good
though.
times.
It was a good times. Well, actually, I have to say that I could have had more fun because one of those weird situations where you think like, okay, I'm gonna move in Glasgow for a few months, and then I stayed for like almost 4 years. So you tend, when you move to a place
Yeah.
with this mindset, you tend not to do some too much bonding because you have this idea that you're gonna move out pretty
Yeah.
soon,
Yeah.
and I probably missed some chances to have more fun than I actually did. But I still had a lot of fun in Glasgow. Like it was a cool place.
Yes, I think also that's the way it feels. At first, you make a lot of connections and you get to know a lot of people. But then people
Yeah,
keep leaving, and then you maybe leaving as well, and then you kind of get to the point where you don't really you don't strive to make new connections anymore because
yeah, because
you've kind of given up. And
yeah,
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 that
yeah.
is true.
That's also true. Like I've seen that there have been a lot of people going in and out, even in the office, because there's a lot of turnover. And
Yeah.
oh my god, It's been cool, though.
This
It's
was
been a cool
years ago.
experience.
Years ago.
It's been a cool experience.
And this has been cool. So I think that we did almost a marathon, and
Yeah.
we're now coming to the end.
Thanks for having us.
It has
It was
been
really cool.
for me as well. It has been a pleasure. So it has been great. I really enjoyed this. So yes, I wish you guys good luck with
Good
your
luck with you.
future projects.
As well.
And to you as well for your book.
Thank
Finger
you.
crossed.
Yep. And we will keep in touch, and
Sure.
anything else
Sure.
that you make out there, I will be absolutely thrilled to see it. So yeah, we keep in touch. So we
Sure.
didn't actually talk about how we're going to end this talk show, so I think we just say bye to the chat and
see you next time, I
that'll be
guess.
it. See you, Daniel, Nell, and Gamsgang is still alive and there and still with us, and everybody else who is still with us. Thank you for watching, and I hope you had fun, and I hope you had a good time. So you'll hear again from us. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Thank you
See you
so
next
much.
time. Thank you.
See you.